Salute, salute, salute. Normally, don't go live too much on this page, but I need to get back to it. Definitely need to get back to it. And for this, just wanted to speak about a few things. Yeah, definitely wanted to speak about a few things. And this government shutdown, this government shutdown is a thing. So, um, we spend a lot of our time. What's up? We spend a lot of our time um, focusing on the wrong things. We focus on the wrong things, and we focus on the wrong things a lot. And when we focus on the wrong things, this is how our politicians get us, because our politicians know that if they flood our brain with a whole bunch of stuff, all they have to do is tell us one or two things to make us feel good about whatever it is they want us to feel good about, and then they can just take us and focus us over here and keep us focused right there. And as long as they can keep us focused right here, and um, they keep us focused right here. Salute to my beautiful little sis. I see you. Salute to DP. I see you. As long as our politicians can take our mindset, and if you guys have watched this, you all have watched me. So if y'all watch me on do my boxing, then you see exactly how what politicians do. There's a lot of people that'll come on and they'll say certain things, but they're tied to a lot of emotion, and they're not tied to facts and truth. If they're tied to facts and truth, young gun salute, it will be super simple if they're tied to facts and truth. So if you're looking at this government shutdown, what a lot of people are doing is they're either a Democrat or they're a Republican. And if they're a Democrat, then they're looking to Republicans and saying, "Oh, you're bad, you're bad." And if you're a Republican, you're looking at Democrats and saying, "Oh, you're bad, you're bad." So whatever anybody says, it doesn't matter, because you're tied to a certain demographic. You're tied, Big Joe Townsend, salute. You're tied to you're tied to the thought process of the Democrat, you're right. So my emotions are tied to you, so here it is. Or you're tied to the Republicans, you're right. So my emotion is tied to you, so here it is. You're correct. Well, let's actually, this is not going to be a long live, but I really want to break this down, because I went through all of the things. Jay Will, salute. I went through like, I went through the bills that they were doing, that the Democrats want, and the bill that the Republicans want. I went through it, and I cut all the fat, all the excess conversation, and all the talking points, and all the big words they want to put in there, and all the things they want to act like they're smarter than thou and they know more than you. All that stuff is filler. It's all fluff. If you guys listen to my bro, Black Lies or Boxing Hacker, if you listen to those guys talk, that's what politicians do. They try to, and again, the hypercriticals of the addendums of the superlatives, they say all of these things and they make their face things, and you guys look at them and you're like, yeah, you know what you're talking about, but you guys have no idea what they said. You have literally no clue. You just listening to them and they sound good. They sound like they know what they're talking about, and you're like, damn, this guy must be super smart. Man, this guy must know it all. And this is not true. If politicians broke down what they're saying, and they broke it down to make it common sense language, any politician that did that would dominate. They would dominate. And that's really why a lot of people rock with Donald Trump for a little, to be honest, because he doesn't have a vocabulary. So because of that, a lot of people can understand what he's saying, even though he's dumb as a box of rocks. This is why he keeps saying, believe me, it's beautiful. I know big words, believe me. But everybody's waiting for the big words that he never says them. So it's like, all right, I can understand what he's saying. He sounds dumb as hell, but at least I understand him. These other people, politicians, try to act like their words are the big words, the beautiful words, the most stupendous words. And people are sitting here like, huh? What? And they might be saying some actual, absolute, real good stuff. But because people don't understand what they're saying, they're just like, this guy over here is dumb as hell, but at least I know what he's talking about. So what I did was I took the bill and I pulled out what they both are claiming and went and I put that on a Microsoft, on a document, right? So this is what it looks like, y'all. This is what it looks like. In a nutshell, this is what it looks like. The Republican bill, they want to fund the government. That's why they say largely, right? They want to fund the government largely, mainly, at exactly what it is right now. That's what they want to do. They want to keep it basically the same until November 21st. But they say it's a CR or a clean or continuing resolution, which is not, because they're adding $88 million for extra security for lawmakers and the president. I don't know why they need extra security for the president when he already has the Secret Service. What up, Jut? I don't know why they do, but whatever. It is what it is. So they want extra security, right? For all the lawmakers, they want $88 million in extra security. And they just want to continue everything the way it is until November 21st, where they'll have to do it again, right? That date is important. The Democrats, they want to continue it through October 31st and not November 31st. Now let's stop right there. The reason why they want theirs in October and not November, because it gives more time for more negotiations, because in January is when the ACA, I don't want to say subsidiaries, or I'll just, the ACA funds, the Affordable Care Act funds, Obamacare funds for healthcare in January, they run out. The Republicans have been trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act ever since its inception. They've been trying to get rid of it. But the Affordable Care Act is what provides what's so crazy to me, it drives me crazy too. It's the funniest thing in the world, because Republicans don't call it the Affordable Care Act. Republicans call it Obamacare. But MAGA and other Republicans that, like I told y'all, when it comes to Donald Trump, they don't know what he's saying. So when they say Obamacare, they tie the name Obama to it to make it seem as if it's so bad. They don't want Obamacare, but they do want the Affordable Care Act. That is the crazy part. And I sit here, I'm just like, you do realize it's the same exact thing. They just put a name on it because Donald Trump wants to remove anything Obama. He wants to remove anything. Doesn't matter. I'm not saying Obama is the Obama. No, that dude nobody was perfect. And he did some stupid, doofy, disgusting stuff and some wild stuff in certain instances. But then he did some really great stuff, right? He is not perfect. None of these guys are perfect. And when they say this terminology, the lesser of two evils, and they say, oh, why we got to pick? Because you got to pick. You're either going to pick the lesser of two evils or you're going to get the worst of two evils. They're both evil. You're just going to either get more evil or less evil. So when you guys have this terminology of oh man, the lesser of two evils, I'm not going to pick either one. Well, if you don't pick either one, then you're going to get them picked for you. All right. You're going to get them picked for you. If you don't pick one or the other, you're going to get it picked for you. And that's what happened. F around and find out is what happened. You didn't pick Kamala Harris because you didn't like whatever she was going on. And now look at y'all. All y'all farmers or whatever. Y'all damn tariffs are through the ceiling. Motherfucking Canada and Mexico is working around us. Motherfuckers Oh, yeah, the big, beautiful, whatever. Let's get to this. Whatever. That's a whole different conversation. Let's just get to this right here. All right. So the Democrats want it to run through October, right? So then in November, they have more time to negotiate the Affordable Care Act, to extend the Affordable Care Act and to make the coverage permanent, right? Whatever we got going on right now with the Affordable Care Act, they want to make it permanent, right? So that gives time for negotiations. Freedom March, my brother, salute to my brother, Freedom March, right? They want to give time for negotiations. That's why it's October. The Republicans wanted to do it in November to give less time for negotiations. Because if you give less time for negotiations, you can put the squeeze on them again. If you put the squeeze on them, then you can force something through, and then the Affordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, will expire in January. It will naturally expire, and that's what the Republicans want in the first place. Because when the Affordable Care Act expires, then there's going to be an influx of billions of dollars that go back into the government, so the government can use that however they want to use it. They don't give a damn that millions and millions of Americans are going to lose healthcare. They don't care about that. And the Republicans are not the Republican politicians, but the Republican actual people are too dumb to realize that Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act are the exact same thing. Even now, they still think it's two different things. So what they do is they keep saying Obamacare, Obamacare, Obamacare to get you thinking Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act are two different things. So we're going to get rid of Obamacare and keep the Affordable Care Act. That is not the case, but they're too stupid to actually do any research, which is why I stripped everything out, and this is what it is. This is what it is, okay? So when the $1 trillion in healthcare that the Democrats want to tack on is healthcare for us. It's healthcare for Americans, bro. It's not going to raise anything, bro. It's not raising anything. And the 1 trillion is not like 1 trillion right now. No, that's over long periods of time. It's nothing that's happening like absolutely right now at all. The money that they're trying to get locked in for healthcare is for Americans. They want Americans to have healthcare, and the Republicans are saying no. It's crazy to me because the Republican politicians get a different type of healthcare that they don't, and they vote on it every single year, and the funds they increase every year. The funds for their healthcare, for Congress, the Senate, their healthcare, they vote every single year, and every single year their healthcare rises. Every single year they get more funds for their healthcare every single year. They vote every year, they vote to raise their paychecks every year too, but that's a whole different story. But you guys will never hear that, because those things those are just unanimous votes, and they just move on with those and then act like they passed so many bills. But one of the bills is to raise their healthcare funding and raise their paychecks every single year. They do it every year. So that's one thing. But this money that the Democrats are asking for is for all Americans. They want it. So I gave you a quick snapshot of what it is, right? They want to continue to they have a continuing resolution, but it funds the government through the 31st. It's not clean. It would add $1 trillion more for healthcare programs, and it would stop Donald Trump from messing with congressionally funded, approved funds. All right. So then what I did is I went through and I pulled out some things in there, right? I pulled out some of the things and put it in plain language, right? So it would extend the Affordable Care Act permanently. That is the $1 trillion. Do you guys understand me? The 1 trillion for healthcare is the permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act. That is the $1 trillion extension, is the permanent extension of the Affordable Care Act, which ends in 2026, January. And it would, in some cases, quadruple. Don't worry about it, Freedom March. I'm going to get to it in 1 second. If the Affordable Care Act ends, it would quadruple how much you are paying for healthcare right now. Quadruple. It would quadruple it, y'all. 4 times as much you'll be paying if the coverage ends. Now, the Republicans' talking point is, so what? Pay for healthcare when something happens to you, right? It's a really valid talking point. If you keep yourself in shape, if you keep yourself healthy, if you eat right and blah, 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 then, then you won't have to worry about paying for those things. The problem is that everything else tied around that. There's a thing called pork that's tied around that. Yeah, so this right here, right? You don't pay for healthcare unless you need it. But see, everything around that, you have the food you eat that makes you sick, right? You have the supplements, the air you breathe. You have all these things around that force you to the center. It forces you to be sick. So then when you get sick, it's more expensive. But since us as people, we look at, hey, we're not paying for healthcare because we're not sick. We're not paying for it. Cool, that's what's up. So because we're not paying for it, I'm not sick. I don't got to pay for these things. But the problem is you're still paying taxes. That's the problem. That money is coming out of your pay regardless. You're still, and the Democrats are not smart enough to articulate. Well, they are smart. They're too smart, but they don't articulate well because they can easily tell you, bro, America pays $4.9 trillion in taxes every single year. That is where the Democrats should be taught. They're too smart for their own good. And the Republicans are stupid enough to dumb themselves down to pitch their point to the people so they can see this right here. Okay, so I'm not going to pay for healthcare. Perfect. That's more money that I'm saving. No, you're not. You're not saving more money. You are paying the exact same thing. The exact same thing, y'all. You're paying the same thing. If you're paying out of your, if $400 in taxes are coming out of your pocket this month, well, $400 in taxes will be coming out of your pocket next month, and next month, and next month, and next month. You are paying the exact same amount of money. $4.9 trillion in taxes is paid every single year. Every single year. $4.9 trillion in taxes. That $4.9 trillion is supposed to be used by the government for us. They are supposed to use it for healthcare and other things. They're supposed to. But the Republican talking point is to use that money for something else, i.e., the billions of dollars that we give to Israel for no reason and nobody cares about. We give it to them every single year. Billions. The billions of dollars we just gave to Argentina. Every single year, the damn near $1 trillion we spend on military spending, where they did an audit on the military, which people don't talk about this, but they did an audit on the military, Samson Salute. They did an audit on the military, and the audit said that the military, there was over $1 trillion unaccounted for, and they was doing their audit. And do you guys know what happened to that audit and how it stopped? Does anybody remember 9/11? Well, the planes that crashed into the Pentagon just so happened to smash into the one part where all the paperwork for the audit was at. Shh. So that audit just vanished, just in case you guys are curious. That is facts. That just in case you guys are curious, that audit is gone. All right, that audit just vanished. That audit just vanished. It is not Republicans that are giving money. It is everybody that is giving money. What's up, Byron? It is. I don't need you to tell me Democrats give our money, bro. I don't need you to tell me that. Everybody. I didn't put a Republican or Democrat face on it. The government. There is no different from one or the other. No different for one or the other when it comes to that. There's no different. They all give bread to other countries, all of them. I'm totally for America first, 100%. Oh, for sure, freedom, for sure, bro, for sure. I am 100% for America first, y'all. 100%, 100% for America first. The problem is it's a talking point. It's not a reality. Because if it was for America first, we would stop all of these things given to everybody else. We wouldn't have to question why we are giving ourselves $1 trillion of our money for healthcare for us. That wouldn't be a conversation. It wouldn't be a negotiating tactic. It's both sides. They both have no problem giving billions and billions and billions of dollars to these other countries. The problem that, look at it like this, y'all. Look at it like this. If we're on a plane, they give you a safety briefing on a plane every time where it's like they say to put your mask on first before you try to help somebody else, right? They always say that. Put your mask on first. And when you put your mask on, then help somebody else. We are not doing that. Our politicians put the other country's mask on and then complain about helping you put your mask on. That's the easiest way to look at it. It's the easiest way. But they hide behind the Democrat or the Republican face, right? They hide behind that face. They'll put on a face, I'm a Democrat. So because you put on the face that I'm a Democrat, you automatically want to grab all kind of talking points that followed the Democrats, right? Those talking points that automatically follow Democrats, because you put that mask on that you're a Democrat, people follow you because of that talking point. It's the exact same thing as a Republican. You put that mask on as a Republican, you're automatically going to have a fan base that follows you because of that. Automatically, 100%. And they're going to get to the top and do the exact same thing. The exact same thing. As soon as whoever gets in charge, they're going to do the exact same thing. You're going to feel good about it because as a Democrat is doing it, and you're going to feel good because you're a Democrat. And as a Republican is doing it, so you're going to feel good because you're a Republican. It's just the mask they put on. It's the mask, right? It's the mask they put on. And the mask that they put on is how they extort America. All of them. The Democrats, the Republicans, this is how they extort America. The thing about it, right? In this instance, the Republicans more so focused on the Republicans. They more so focus on themselves. The Democrats focus on themselves and then blend in everybody else. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me say it one more time. The Republicans in leadership, they more so are focused on just themselves. They're like, we're in power. we're going to maximize our dollar to make sure that all of us are going to be filthy as rich when the Democrats take over. We're going to be filthy ass rich. They can take over, that's fine. We're going to be, man, we're going to make sure we maximize our time. As in power, we're going to maximize our time to get as much money as we can. Now, the Democrats, when they get in power, they do the exact same thing, but they blend in America. They do the exact same thing. They don't do anything different. They do the same thing, y'all. It's just that the Democrats know, well, listen, there is $20 right there in all ones. If I take $7, it's really not going to look like I took nothing, right? There's still $13 there for America. So let me get my 7. Right? And there's still 13. Neither one of them says there's $20 there. Let's break bread evenly. Neither party does that. The Democrats say there's $20 in ones. Let me get about 7 of that. It's still, that 13 still looks good to America, y'all. The 13 still looks good. The Republicans say, we're in charge. I'm taking 19 of that. You still got $1? There's still money there for you. 19 of that is mine. 19. And guess what? If you give me 19, then that helps me to build myself, right? And if I build myself, then eventually I can turn around and help you. So yeah, give me 19. Let me get 19. I'm not taking it all. I'm not greedy. I'm not taking it all, right? Just give me 19. Let me get 19 of that because I can build myself up. I can build myself. If I get myself right, let me get this $19. I'm going to build myself. I'm going to make myself right. I'm going to get good. Once I get good, I'm going to bring you guys up with me. But somebody got to get good first. Somebody got to get good. That's their talking point. Somebody got to get good. How are we all going to move on? If somebody got to get up there, that's why they praise Elon Musk and they praise Zuckerberg and they praise all these guys that are billionaires. They praise them all because they're like, somebody got to do it, right? So somebody got to get up there. Somebody got to get right. Somebody got to show us the way, got to blaze the path. So give me 19 of those $20. Let me blaze the path. And then once I blaze the path, I'll bring you guys up and show you how to do it. That's their talking point. Capitalist talking point. Beautiful Queen Godmother Chiquila, salute. That's their capitalist talking point, right? The problem is that only works if the person that has taken the $19 and got to the top actually turns around and starts bringing everybody up. It doesn't work any other way. The problem is once you give them that $19 and they get to the top, they ain't worried about bringing anybody else up because they like it at the top by themselves. They like it there by themselves. The air up there is clear. The people living in your neighborhoods is far few in between. You don't have to deal with anything. You can walk around your backyard butt ass naked if you feel like. You don't need nobody around you. You're solid. You're good by yourself. And plus, these people are continually thinking, all right, they're continually thinking that, hey, you're going to eventually bring me up there with you. So we keep giving you $19. We keep giving you that. That's the mindset of the Republican. The Democrat mindset is we're both stealing from these people. We're both stealing from America, both of us. But the Democrat mindset is there's $20 in ones on that nightstand. I'm going to take 7. The rest of America still sees 13 is there. So they believe we can all get an equal piece of the pie now because there's $13 there. So since there's 13, then there's a better chance of us getting $1 or $2, right? So because thank you so much, Freedom. So because there's a better chance of us getting $1 or $2, right? Because there's a better chance, then it looks more appetizing because there's $13 there. The problem is the entire 20 came from us. Neither Republican nor Democrat politician put one penny in that. They write the tax code. Since they write the tax code, they know the loopholes. These politicians live in the loopholes. So they barely pay nothing. They pay less taxes than we do. They write the loopholes, y'all. Dems, Republicans write the loopholes. They know what the technical jargon means. We don't know what that shit means. We see that and we look at this and we see all these numbers and X's and O's and we just listen to people who we put in charge of us to articulate those things to us. They can tell us whatever they want. Yeah, well, you know, if you drink bleach, you'll get rid of COVID. We put those people in charge so that they can decipher the very things they write. Do you think they got to write that thing, that they got to write law so drawn out and technically? They don't got to do that shit, man. The lawmakers who write the laws don't have to write the laws the way they do. They can easily write a one-page law, one paragraph. Hey, out of our $4.9 trillion, they keep talking about how do we fund healthcare? How do we fund healthcare? How do we fund healthcare? But you never hear them talking about how do they fund Israel? How do we fund Israel? How are we going to fund Israel, y'all? How are we going to fund Argentina, y'all? How are we going to fund Ukraine, y'all? Where are we going to get these funds from, y'all? Where are we going to get the 200, damn near $1 billion to make this ballroom? Where are we going to get the funds, y'all? That is a Democrat talking point. And the Republicans use it very, very brilliantly. When it comes to the Republicans doing anything, you never hear them talking about where they're going to get the money. You never hear that. But as soon as it's a Democrat thing, oh, where's the money coming from? And the Democrats are too fucking stupid to say, wait a minute, why are you asking me where the damn money is coming from? You guys don't never ask me where the money's coming from for this damn ballroom. You don't ask me where the money's coming from to pay Israel or pay you. And the reason why they don't say those things is yes, Jason, it is done intentionally. Because as long as the Republicans can say, hey, where's the money coming from, right? Then Democrats have a talking point to try to talk about where the money's coming from. And as long as the Democrats don't ask them that, then the Republicans can just do it, right? That's the bet. Do you think these people they're not cool? Man, the Republicans and the Democrats have been cool forever. Ever, bro. They get out here in the public's eye and put what they are, y'all. What the Democrats and the Republicans are is YouTubers. They are YouTubers that get off of YouTube and call each other and say, hey, yo, listen, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to disrespect you, right? And then you take it to offense. And then you disrespect me. And then what we'll do is we'll go back and forth with each other, right? And we'll get the people that support me to shit on you, and the ones that support you to shit on me, and we'll make it a thing. That's what they do behind closed doors. And then they get right on YouTube and get out here and be like, man, fuck DJ, man, fuck BF, man. What's wrong with these bitch ass niggas, blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. And then y'all that rock with me say, what he say about you? What, man, what? And then y'all go with them. And then once you go with them, the people that are over there, they start going to y'all, and then now you guys are beefing. Y'all are beefing it with these people. These people are beefing. Y'all are going back and forth. When me and that person, whoever that person is, we sitting back collecting super chats, collecting cash apps. That's what we're doing, because we started a beef that was irrelevant to blind you from what reality was. And reality is we make $4.9 trillion in taxes every single year. There is literally nothing we cannot fund. Nothing. Literally nothing. Now, what's on the screen, bro? This is the bill. That's what's on the screen. right? What you're looking at on the screen is what is holding up the government right now. Mr. Sheldon, what's up with you, bro? What's holding up the government? Why the government is shut down is what's on the screen. The Republicans want to extend it to November 22nd and add 88 million for security, for extra security. That's what they want to do. And on face value, you look at that and you say, yeah, that looks good. Damn Democrats, bro, put that in place, bro. What are you doing? But the Republicans are not stupid. I told y'all. They put it for November 21st for a reason. For a reason. Because remember now, there is a Christmas break where the Senate, that the whole Congress goes on vacation. The Affordable Care Act ends in January. Fly, Goose, Fly. What's up with you, King? The Affordable Care Act ends in January. It ends in January. So they can't extend this until right before, like there's a timeline from when they go on vacation, right? They go on vacation, and then there's a space. November 21st is the sweet spot. November 21st, y'all, is the sweet spot. That's the sweet spot. November 21st. That is the time frame where I have like a week or two to just bullshit America and then go on vacation. And then when we come back from vacation, the Affordable Care Act has already been expired, or it expires. It expires, y'all. The Affordable Care Act expires. And then all those 20 million people that no longer have health care, the Republicans can say, don't look at me. That's the natural course of the bill, the natural course of it. It expires in 2026. We didn't do anything. We didn't hurt nobody. That's when it expired. That is why that November 21st date is so important. That is also the reason why, if you look at what the Dems did, the Democrats said, not November 21st, October 31st. That gives us more time to debate and negotiate to get this coverage before our recess. That's why their date is October 31st. Now, the main piece about this, y'all, the main piece is not healthcare. This is not it. All right. This is not it, y'all. This is not it. All right. That's not it. That's not it, y'all. It is not healthcare at all. The main piece is those bottom two. Those bottom two are the main pieces. The Democrats want to reverse the cuts to Medicaid, which paid for the big, beautiful bill. Where do you guys think that money came from to pay for the big, beautiful bill? The big, beautiful bill that gave billions of dollars to the richest people in America. Where do you think those billions of dollars came from? The billions of dollars did not come, that $4.9 trillion in taxes that we pay every year, y'all. It already has, it's already cut up already. They need to get money from somewhere to give back to their people. They're not taking it from the military, so they took it from Medicaid. The cuts to Medicaid is what funded the big, beautiful bill. The cuts that they said they was never going to do. That's what funded it. People don't want to do any research. Y'all don't want to look and see where the money came from. The money to pay for the big, beautiful bill came from Medicaid. So they want to reverse the cuts to Medicaid, right? Reverse the cuts. You guys, then what you'll have to do then is figure out where to get the money from out of the 4.9 trillion per year, which is the reason why people talk about, oh, well, we got to raise your taxes. Got to raise your, no, you don't got to raise your, you have anybody in here who had $4.9 trillion could easily write people make the American budget extremely complex. Extremely complex on purpose. The American budget is not complex, but the people in charge tell you it's complex because it's $4.9 trillion that they're trying to get their cut of. So yes, they tell you it's complex. It is not complex. What needs to be paid for and how much is it? Infrastructure. High-speed railroads and shit like that, fixing the roads, fixing the damn bridges. Yeah, that's infrastructure. Healthcare, giving people healthcare that they're paying you for. The funding to pay for the people that work for the federal government. What else is there? What else is there, bro? What else is there? You can't say, bro, if you really want to keep it a stack, if you really want to be honest, Medicaid and Medicare, if you really want to be honest, are absolutely pointless. Yes, they're pointless. We make $4.9 trillion a year in taxes to fund healthcare in America. Universal healthcare is a little bit over $1 trillion. A little bit over that. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you the exact number because I did the research already. $1.97 trillion. That is to fund healthcare. $1.976 trillion. Light eyes, salute. Queen Tay, what's up with you, Queen? That's how much it is. 1.9. Matter of fact, I'm going to give you the exact. Let me tell you the. Hold up a second. $1.53, my bad. $1.53 trillion annually. Every single year. $1.53 trillion would fund America for universal health care. $1.53 trillion. Medicaid and Medicare is pointless. It's not needed. It really is not needed. We pay taxes. 4.9 trillion is what we pay. 4.9 trillion. So 1.53 trillion a year would fund that's universal health care. That is universal health care paid for by us. When they say, hey, man, the government handouts. It's not a government handout. We are giving the government money. We are handing where do you think the money comes from for the government? Americans are the dumbest niggas on earth. Where do you think the money comes from? You think you think the government just has its own money? The money for the government comes from us. We fund the government. We do. And then the government turns around and says, oh, man, don't ask for handouts. It's not a handout. It's our money. It is not a handout. If you look at your paycheck and you see something FICA removed and all this other stuff, that is the government, bro. They literally take it. You ain't got a choice. They just take it. And it equals $4.9 trillion a year. 4.9 trillion. Medicare and Medicaid is not needed at all. It's not needed. Universal health care costs $1.53 trillion a year for every American. Americans, us. We're not talking about illegal aliens or none of that. If you have a social security number, if you got that as an American, then as an American, you will be entitled to free health care. Free health care. 1.53 trillion is what it would cost every single year. Well, if we give them 4.9 trillion, take out 1.5 trillion from 4.9. What is that? 1.4? I mean, that's 3.4. So you have $3.4 trillion to spend in America. 3.4 trillion. Okay, let's look up how much would it cost to fix infrastructure in America. These are things that people they will not talk about. They will never talk about these things because they're super simple. All right, they're super simple. 3.7 trillion over the next 10 years. 3.7 trillion in 10 years. 3.7 trillion in 10 years. So no, Freedom March. Universal health care is not free, but it is free. They put that terminology on there and say, you're giving out handouts and free health care. Because that's a Republican talking point. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Get a job. But the problem is we're already paying for it. It's already ours. We've already paid for it. The universal health, this is the thing that no politician will ever say because their hand is in the cookie jar. If you have $4.9 trillion, 4.9 trillion, how hard is it to not put your hand in the cookie jar and take out a couple billion? How hard is that? The jar is you. It's in your house. The jar is in your house. Everybody else is looking at you to hand out cookies from the cookie jar, but everybody is baking cookies. You ain't baking nothing. You're not baking nothing. Everybody is baking the cookies, and all the cookies are on a conveyor belt going into your house, into the cookie jar. How difficult is it for you that if you're hungry to just go in the cookie jar and eat? You're not going to go to the people and ask them for a cookie because they're the ones baking it. No, the cookie jar is in your house. You're just going to go into the cookie jar and eat. And that's why politicians will never keep it a stack with you. They will never say, hey, look, here's a whiteboard. A whiteboard behind me. There's 4 trillion, there's 4.9, basically $5 trillion in taxes every year. Out of that 5 trillion, you guys are giving me 5 trillion cookies. There's 340 something million people in America. You're giving me 5 trillion cookies. I can feed every last one of y'all. All of y'all. Yes, some of you guys are baking cookies a little bit faster than others. Others are baking cookies slow as a bitch, but I can make sure that at least you guys are healthy enough to continue baking cookies. Continue baking cookies. So what I can do, since you guys are all giving me 5 trillion cookies a year, I can make sure none of y'all are hungry. None of y'all. So some of you guys are giving me cookies a little bit faster. Some of y'all are giving me cookies faster. Some of y'all are. And some of y'all are not. But what I can do is I can make sure that you guys are all healthy enough to continue giving cookies. That's healthcare. And it would cost me $1.5 trillion to ensure that every single American in America has government-funded healthcare. Because you're already paying for it. We take the money out of your paychecks every single year. And what we're also going to do is we're going to welcome in. Well, let me not get to that. I'll speak about that another one. Let me just get back on this bill. because I'm going to overdo it and I'm going to go over time on this because I know what I'm talking about. And all you have to do is do some research, right? To digest it, right? Do some research and digest it. When you do see, here's the problem. The problem with this freedom, the problem with this statement is you don't know how to do that. There are agencies which we're supposed to be paying for that do know how to do that. If you could just give it directly to me, that's perfect. But if you live in New York and I live in Montana, how would you know to give it to me? That is the reason why government exists. It is the thing. If this is the thing, y'all. If people use government the correct way, then it would be exactly what Freedom March just said right here. It would be exactly what he just said. If you use government correctly, if government, this is why they say the deep state and small government or big government or blah, blah, blah. No, it's not the deep state. It's not small government. It's not big government. It is correct government. Correct government. That's what it is. Correct government. Not big government, not small government. This is a whole nother conversation. Do you know how to fix government, y'all? Do you guys know how to fix the government? So my brother says, why would I give a cookie to a cat in Montana when I live in New York? Because you're giving the cat the cookie to the government, the entity at the top that controls the whole country. And then the government that controls the whole country breaks the cookie up and gives it according to the population. You might not believe in correct government, but the problem you will always have is you will not be able to fix the problem that you have in your community without them. Because Freedom March, do you realize that if you are doing this right here, you have made yourself a government? So if you don't believe in correct government, then you don't believe in yourself. You don't believe in this statement right there, because that statement right there says you are a government. I can make a cookie and give it directly to you is the definition of what the government should be doing. That's what they should be doing. So when you say you don't believe in correct government, you contradicted yourself. There is no disagreement. You are the government. If you make it and you're giving it to me, that's what the government's supposed to do. That's not a disagreement. That is exactly what it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Abso-freaking-lutely. 100%. If that's not government, what is it? If it's not government, what is it? What is it if it's not government? You are governing something. If you're not governing something, what are you doing? You 100%, you have made yourself the government. That makes me a human sharing a cookie. Yes, a human sharing a cookie. If you have it and you're sharing a cookie, why are you sharing it? You're sharing it because they need it. That is the whole concept of the government. No, the government is not for control. That's not what it is. Because if that's the case, you sharing, it is your control to share it because you don't have to share it. Then you have control. You have made, by you sharing, you've made yourself the government because you can share if and when you want to. That means you have control. That is what that means. You have control. You decide when and where you want to share. Yes, because I feel like it. Sure. That is what the government is doing right now. Legitimately what they're doing right now. 100%. What is on the screen right now, my brother, what is on the screen right now is them doing this because they feel like it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. See this right here, that right there, brother, that right there. What is it? The etymology of the word government. That is where people, when you say these type of things right there, right? That is where people then get to they don't know what you're talking about, but what you're saying makes them feel good, so they follow you. No, sir. No, sir. Keep it like you had it up here. Don't tell me about what the etymology is. Keep it like that. Keep it that. Keep it simple. Because when you keep it simple, people understand. And when people understand, they can get on board. When they understand, they can get on board. When they understand, when people understand, then they know how to help. Then you don't have to keep sharing your cookie, Freedom March. You don't have to keep sharing your cookie when people understand. There is nothing wrong with believing in self-government. Nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing. The problem is when you're believing in self-government, taking care of yourself, the problem is if there's something you don't know, you need somebody else to help you. That's what you need. When there's something you don't know, you need somebody to help you. If you're trying to plant your crops and you don't know how to do it, and this guy does, you need him to help you. You need this guy to help you. You need to learn from him. So y'all trade things. You trade. There's something that you do that they don't know, something that they do that you don't know, and y'all swap that and y'all trade that. Government is the mass of that. That is the simple. That is as simple as it gets. It is the mass of that. People you might not believe in government because of the government that we live under, the government that has taken over, not just ours, all of them. So of course you won't believe in it. I don't believe in them either, but I understand the concept. I understand the concept of what it should be. Community building is government. That's government, bro. That's government. Community building is government. Free market, whatever you want to call it, it's still government. Whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. It's still government. As a matter of fact, that's mass government. Small government is when you pyramid it. Mass government is community building, free market, mass government. It's the same thing. People just don't like the words. Forget the words. It's almost like looking at boxers and you don't like the boxer. So because you don't like the boxer, you don't like anything they do. No, remove the faces. Remove the faces. Remove all the faces and just look at what is happening. It's the exact same thing. They're still boxers. Just remove the faces. You guys don't like the terminology. My brother Freedom doesn't like the terminology. He likes the anarchy piece. Even anarchy is a form of government. It's a form of mass government. Somebody's going to be in charge of something. Anarchy is a form of mass government because somebody is going to be in charge of something. You being in charge of your household is a form of government. It's just a small form. We have our mindsets we think on different things. Bro, today in the graveyard, when I go live, that's a government. I am the president. All of my coroners and wrenches are politicians that can dictate who stays and not. It's a government. We are in control. My brother Freedom March is in control of his house. He is the president of his house. It is about feel-good words. 100% about feel-good words. People don't like the word government. You like the word anarchy. Those are feel-good words. It's 100% about feel-good words. 100%. Anarchy is a feel-good word to my brother Freedom March. Of course, Big Daddy government. I understand Freedom March. I understand you, brother. But in your household, King, you are Big Daddy government in your household. Are you not? In your household, my brother, you are Big Daddy government. What's the difference between your once again, you're doing this now. The problem that you're doing right now, my brother, is you're too focused on the government as is. And that's where you get blinded, where anybody will get blinded. Anybody, because we're too focused at looking at the house and we're not looking at the sand it's built on. We're focused on the sand. You see the house. I feel like anarchy symbolizes. Sure, and it's a feel-good, it's a feel-good word for you. That symbolization makes you feel good. It's a feel-good word. The symbolization makes you feel good. It's just I'm not disagreeing with you at all. What I'm telling you is what you're saying is exactly what I'm saying, but you think there's a difference and there isn't. There is no difference, bro. Anarchy is just small. It's widespread, individualized governments. Whoever is, I'm anarchy. There's no big government. So it's me and everybody under me. I control them. I control the people under me. I control the people in my household, the people on my team. We're all anarchy. Everybody controlling themselves. Yes, cool. But then I got kids. Well, I'm the government for my kids. It's all the same thing, bro. You're looking at it on a scale. If you take it as a family and then pyramid it from a family, that's what government should be. Yes, they are allowed to leave. You're not going to win this one, brother. They are allowed to leave. What are you saying to me? If the people in your YouTube channel don't appreciate how it operates, are they allowed to leave? Yes, they are allowed to leave. 100% allowed to leave. Let's use this concept. The people in America are allowed to leave. Nobody in America has to stay here. We can leave. See, the difference is America makes it difficult to leave. Compare my YouTube page to America. Anybody in America right now can leave. Nobody has to stay here. Everybody can leave. Everybody. People on my YouTube page can leave. Absolutely. They can 100% leave. 100%. America makes it difficult to leave by making you a felon for things that are not even a felony, but they'll make you a felon so you can't leave. They make it difficult by making it more expensive. So they make it expensive. They say, yeah, America, yeah, go ahead and leave. You can leave. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go back to where you're from. Get the hell out of here. No, but I can compare it. I can compare America to YouTube. I absolutely can. I 100% can. He says it's impossible to leave the American culture if you leave. That is not what he said. My brother Freedom said, if the people in YouTube channel government don't appreciate how it operates, are they allowed to leave? Yes. Yes, they are allowed to leave. Yes. On my page, they're allowed to leave. In America, they're allowed to leave. In America, they make it difficult for you to leave, but you can still leave. On my YouTube page, I'm just that nigga, which is why they leave and come back. No. Everything is a win or lose, brother. Everything. Every explanation is a win or lose. It's not like we're not battling, brother. It's not a battle. You, my brother. It is not a battle at all. But I'm smart enough to know everything is a win or lose. Even an explanation. Everything. This is not a there's a difference between a win and a lose and a battle. Right? There's a difference between them, because a battle in a war, I'm trying to eradicate you. I'm trying to remove you, right? In a battle, in a conversation, the victory is an understanding. But everything is a win or lose. Everything. It's everything. And we get in our feelings and our thoughts because we believe, oh man, I'm going at BF. You're not going at me. I know the difference. Trust me, I know the difference. I know the difference when someone is trying to get an understanding, when someone is trying to, you don't need to explain your position, brother. I know your position, but I will absolutely give you a link. But I'm not going to be on live much longer because it's almost time for me to get to my boxing shit. But we can chop it up for sure. We can chop it up for sure. We can absolutely chop it up. Because I've been wanting to chop it up with people on political stuff for a while. But while I'm waiting for freedom, let me finish this right here. Let me finish this. Because we got off topic from the bill, right? The Democrats want it doesn't matter whether you're trying to or not, my brother. It's innate. Like it's within it. It's written in. If we get it to the simplest forms, right? If we go to the simplest forms of anything, if me and you, just the simplest form, right? The simplest conversation. And we have this, we have a thing that there's a fight there, right? And the simplest thing, if me and my brother Freedom, if we're having a conversation, and we should be able to converse about this, right? And we're hot and heavy on it. The end goal, which is why when I'm doing my boxing, no, you're good, Freedom. No, brother. There's nothing to apologize. You're good. You're good. And let me explain this right quick. Let me explain. We have, as a people, specifically as brothers, right? As men, we have this thing as men where we are conquerors. It's in our blood, right? It's in our blood as conquerors. I had this conversation with my beautiful little sis yesterday. Not this, but that, right? It's in our blood to be conquerors. So if we're not conquering something, as whether it's small or whether it's large, we have a feeling in us as men that there is something there that's off. Which is why I could talk to my beautiful little sis Cam. I speak to her about these things that are more personal to me, just because of what she does and who she is to me. But I can speak on these. I can speak on these things, right? That I understand that a conversation, any conversation, is it's a. I seen you, brother. What happened? You fell off, my bro. You was right here, and then you fell off. I don't know what happened, but my brother was right there. My brother Freedom was right there. Then he fell off. But it's all good. Yo, when you come back, we can get to cooking. But we have that where it'll always be that, y'all, because that's in our nature. It's how we were created by the Creator made us as men, right? That's why they look at men one way and they look at women as nurturers. Not to say that women don't have the same aspects about them. They're just in a lot of cases not as prominent. That's all, because we were created differently. But back to what's on this screen, right? So the Republicans want to continue what it is, add 88 million for extra security. That's what the Republicans want. The problem is the date, because that date, y'all, makes it so that the Affordable Care Act can run out without the Republicans doing anything, right? That makes this right here. This right here can run out. This can run out without the Republicans doing anything. There go, my bro. This right there, the Affordable Care Act, can run out without the Republicans doing it. That's why that November 21st date is important. The other ones, This right here, the reversal of Medicare is going to force the Republicans to find another way to fund the big beautiful bill. If they reverse the cuts to Medicaid, the big beautiful bill is already in play, right? It's already in play. It is currently funded by Medicaid cuts. So if they reverse the Medicaid cuts, they have to find another way to fund the bill. It's already a law. They got to figure out different funding. That's why they don't want to do that. But that's why the Democrats want that. If you want to fund the big, beautiful bill, then find another way to pay for it. That's why they want the reverse to the cuts, and the Republicans don't want that. The Republicans added in paying for illegals. That's cap. That's big cap. They don't pay for illegals at all. That's a lie. Nowhere in there do they pay for illegal immigrants to have health care. What they're talking about is if an illegal immigrant gets injured and goes to the hospital and goes to the emergency room. In the emergency room, anybody goes there is going to get health care. They're going to save your life if you go to the emergency room. They're going to help you. That is what they're talking about. But that's always been that. It's never been anything different. They're acting like we're adding in money to pay for that. That's always been the same. And it's not even 1% of the damn GDP or anything. It's not even 1% of the medical bills. So they just added that in, which is a straight up lie. And then the major part, y'all, the major part on why the Republicans are pushing back is the bottom. This right there. This one. This piece. To stop Donald Trump. This piece. Right there. That one. That. Donald Trump is currently freezing, not sending funds that have already been allocated. He is sending what he wants to send to who he wants to send it and when he wants to send it there, which is why he just gave Argentina $20 billion. He is not the proprietary guy of the damn funds. That is Congress, not Donald Trump. But right now, Donald Trump is using American funds as his own wallet. And this is what the Democrats are saying. This is our hard line, bro. And that's why the Republicans don't want this. They don't want this because they want Donald Trump to be able to do whatever he wants to do. And then the Democrats are adding not 88 million, 326 million for security. But again, we're already paying for it. The $4.9 trillion, it's already there. They already have this money. My brother Freedom March, talk to me, brother.
Salute.
Salute to my brother.
Salute to everybody in the chat, y'all. So when I see where you're coming from, right? But this is my position. When I talk about your channel, right? You mentioned that your channel is basically your government. You are the president of your channel, right? When sure. I say when people don't agree with your position on your channel or they don't like the way you operate your channel, they can simply leave the channel. What I'm referring to is conceptually, they can remove themselves from your chat room and simply scroll up. But yes, they don't have to move themselves out of their position. They don't have to uproot themselves in order to do so. So as a concept, yes, your channel is government. And that's how I choose to depict the government in general. Is the government that runs this country, right? With the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judicial branch. These are concepts that they create. These are constructs that the founding fathers or whatever, when they were framing the Constitution, they came up with these concepts. So conceptually, yes, the government exists as it is today. But the land, in my opinion, how I see it, the land that they rule over does not belong to them. You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
So when I say the difference between your government on your channel and the government that rules over us in this country is we can't simply just remove ourselves from government rulership, like we can remove ourselves from your channel. So that's what I was saying, right?
But
so,
you can.
No, you can't.
You can. You
How?
can leave. You can leave the country.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. I made a distinction between the government as a concept, the land.
Can you leave the country though?
You can leave the country.
Okay, so wouldn't the country?
I should not have to leave the country in order to opt out of government rulership.
Sure, but wouldn't the country be my YouTube page that you're leaving?
No,
you're going to another country.
No, because
it is.
Like I said, if I choose not to participate in your channel, I simply don't have to go to your channel.
Yeah,
and I'm still here, right here in my house. It doesn't affect me in any negative way.
You're blending two things, and you can't blend two things because
you blended.
No, I'm not.
Came up with this concept.
I'm not blending. No, I'm not. I'm telling you that my channel is America. That's my channel.
You're blending your channel.
I'm not blending. No, I'm not. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I am the government of my channel. The government of America runs America. I am the government of my channel. I run my channel. There is the thing. I'm the government of my channel. Okay. The government of America and me are the exact same thing as far as a YouTube page. If you don't want to be on my channel, which is the government of my channel, then you leave my channel. If you don't want to be under the government of America, then you leave America. That is the comparison. And
I don't think that's the best way to leave a government. I don't think in order to not be ruled over by tyrants, you have to leave the land they commit tyranny over. You get what I'm saying? Now, you say that your channel is America. It's not. Your channel is your channel. Your channel.
No, my channel's America. It is America.
Your example. Okay, so now you're adding concepts.
I'm not adding context. That is what it is. My channel is America. And
what I'm saying is you govern your channel.
But what you're saying, and I see what you just said, Byron, and I see what I hear my brother Freedom is saying. What I'm telling you, bro, you're already in. You're here. You're saying that you should be able to be on my channel and do what you want to do. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No. That's not what I said, bro.
That's what it is. Because
I'm gonna give you a great example.
Brother, what you're saying is you should be able to be in America and do whatever you want to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, so that's like saying be on my page and do whatever you want to do.
No.
What's the difference? What is the difference, brother?
Because your channel, right? You're telling me if I don't want the government, if I don't want to participate in government, I have to leave the country.
Not participate in government, participate under it. Not in it, under it.
In it, under it. If I want to opt out of government rule.
Yes.
You're telling me the only way I can do that is by leaving the country.
Let me help you out, brother. Let me help you.
No. So what I'm saying is,
because that is
the difference between a YouTube channel in the country of America.
There's no difference, brother. But go ahead.
There is no difference.
I promise you there isn't. But go ahead.
If you want to govern your channel as you see fit, people can choose whether or not they want to participate in your channel's activities. Whether they want to write in the chat, whether they want to come up on a panel. You have terms and conditions, rules and regulations that determine how your channel is going to operate.
That is correct.
Right?
That is correct.
But if someone doesn't want to have to do all that, they can simply not do it. They can just say, you know what, I'm just going to watch. Or they can say, I'm going to scroll up. It does not displace them. They don't have to displace themselves. They don't have to relocate. They don't have to come up with it.
They are relocating. They absolutely are. No,
rolling up with
you're giving
this person. They're not giving household. They're not packing up clothes. They're not U-Hauls.
You are given a false and not false.
I'm going by your example.
You're not using my example. You're giving
your example.
No, you're not. You're giving a partial. You're giving a very partial. You're using a whole. You're giving a holistic example with partial feeds to that holistic example.
I disagree.
Well, it's not a disagreement. It is a fact.
No, it is a disagreement.
It's not.
I disagree with your character.
It's not. It is a. You're not. But you're not listening. You're not listening. See, I just listened to what you said, and what you just said to me is that how it's not the same is because If someone doesn't want to live on your channel in your way of doing it, then they can just scroll up. I'm telling you that leaving my page and scrolling up is leaving the country and going to another one. That's what I'm telling you. You're telling me it's not the same because you don't got to pack up. Yeah, but now you just took the concept of YouTube and you just took it out and now you put it in a whole different thing and try to say it's real life. Well, in real life, let me finish, brother. In real life, if you don't want to participate in the government that was here before you were alive, then you will pack up, put in your stuff in a U-Haul, and scroll up to another country. That's what you would do. See, my YouTube page was created with my 3 branches of government before my brother Freedom March knew I existed, before you were essentially alive, right? In this, when you became alive under BFTB, or me in this page, DJ, when you became alive, you live here. You're born here. You're a citizen of here. The government is already here before you got here. If you don't like the government, do you know what you do? You become a politician in real life to try to switch it. If you don't like the government on the graveyard, you click the link and you articulate why it's different. It's the exact same thing as a politician. Exact thing. Let me finish right quick. It's the same exact thing. You click the link and you come up here and you're doing what my brother is doing now. We have this conversation to say, hey, how you're operating is probably not the greatest. There's other ways to do this, and there's other ways to move this around, and maybe do this and blah blah blah. And we come to an agreement.
Right.
That agreement that we come to is now how me and you have came to agreement, and we push it out to everybody else on the page. That is the exact same thing that if you are in America, and if you don't like it, what do? You leave my page and you scroll up. It is essentially the exact same thing as packing up your stuff in your house and moving to another page and planting your house on that page and becoming a citizen of that page. It's the exact same concept. The concept is the same. The financial aspects of it are of course different, but it's the concept that I'm talking about. And that's why I said, keep it simple. My brother, you weren't keeping it simple. What you was doing is you were putting the concept of just leaving my page and scrolling up, and you weren't adding that to the reality of packing up your family and scrolling up to Canada or scrolling down to Mexico. It's that concept, not the actual financial value and the financial movements. And no, the concept is the exact same. That's what I'm telling you. The concept.
Okay. Now, okay, I hear what you're saying. What I was trying to tell you was that there's a difference between opting out of participating in your channel, right? There's a difference between that and the way you explain we should not participate in government rulership. And what I'm saying is there are more choices, right? Because what now you are presenting is a false choice. Either I participate in become fall under the tyranny of a government, or I fucking leave, right?
That is correct.
Those are false choices.
They're not.
There are always
choices.
more. Those are false choices. There are always
false? What's false about them?
Because there are more choices than just to uproot yourself, so that you don't fall under tyranny.
Who said there isn't more choices? You said those are false choices. Those are accurate, 100% realistic choices.
No.
They're not
what
false.
I mean, it's a false dichotomy. It's a false dilemma.
What is false about it?
Because there are more than just two choices.
So what's the other choice of how? Please tell us how you going to live in anarchy in America and not get arrested.
Live in anarchy and not get arrested? You do it every day.
You said you're an anarchy in this government. How do you?
No, I am an anarchist.
Okay,
I believe in anarchy.
Sure, believe in anarchy,
okay.
but do you live in anarchy, or do you live under the government of America?
Now, I act in anarchy every day.
Do you live in anarchy? No, not certain. No, okay. You see, now you're doing this. Now you brought this to.
Hold on. No. See, now you cut me off.
No, right? No, I'm not. I said you brought this.
You're cutting me off because every time I say something, you try to attack
Well,
The
I'm
thing
not
that
attacking.
I'm saying, you're
This is
attacking
what
the
I'm gonna do.
word I'm using.
I'm gonna put your points on the screen so you can go ahead and keep finished because I want you to. So you got to address these now. You can't just say things
I'm
and
going to
then
address them.
go on. Okay, well, I'm gonna put them on here
I
so you don't.
understand.
I'm gonna put them on here so
I
you don't miss
understand.
them. Go ahead.
Okay. So, anarchy means no rulers. That's what it means.
Yep.
Anarchy simply means no authority, no rulers. So,
Yep.
when I decide when to wake up, when I decide when to brush my teeth, when I decide when to take a crap, when I decide to eat a meal, there's no one telling me, there's no authority or ruler telling me when I can and cannot do that unless I go to prison.
Come on, bro.
So, no, it's not a come on, bro. It is
It
reality.
that is
I
not.
know that. No,
reality.
it's not. I
You
don't
just
need
said
a
false
ruler.
equivalences, and then you
It's
gave
not
me
a
that.
what? It's not a
You
false
just,
equivalence.
but
I'm
you
using.
said two false
I
things. Go
explained
ahead.
the definition. I
Go
gave
ahead.
you the etymology of the word anarchy, which means no rulers.
Sure.
So when I say that there are certain things I can do throughout the day without a ruler telling me how to do it or when to do it, I'm living in anarchy. Well, I don't understand what the problem is. So
Well, brother,
what
everybody
I'm
does
saying is, if there are people that don't believe in government rulership or they don't believe in this system of government that we exist in today, there are ways that people can address that without having to uproot themselves and leave the country. People can come together. They can do certain things. They can go through, like you said, they can use their game. They can get up on the pulpit and they can explain their position. They can try to convince people that there should be a way to opt out of government rule without violence, without uprooting ourselves. Because we're human beings, we are free individuals, right? We have certain rights, right? We have a right to exist as we see fit, as we choose.
You still there? You broke up. Freedom. Bro. Bro. Can y'all hear my brother Freedom? I'm going to text him. Freedom broke up. Dang. I got to text him. He must have fell off. My brother must have fell off. He must have fell off. But what my brother said, and salute to my brother Freedom, he must have fell off. Hold on, let me call him. You good? You good, bro? You fell off.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Somebody called and it
okay. Well, just pull back up on me. Pull back up on me when you finish. Because I'm gonna be live for a little bit longer. I'm probably gonna be live to like 40 more minutes.
I'm gonna come in right now because I gotta.
Are you okay? Well, just whenever you pull back up on me.
All right, for sure.
Okay. But what my brother just said about brushing your teeth whenever you want, that's not anarchy. There he goes. Go ahead, finish your point, bro. You left off at opting out of government without violence. Freedom, you're on mute, brother. Freedom. I can't hear you, brother. Can y'all hear him? I cannot hear my brother. Freedom. Hey, Freedom, what I would say, bro? Freedom, I can't hear you, bro. Leave out and come back in because I can't hear you. Can y'all hear Freedom? I can't hear him. Okay. I love where he was going, but that's not anarchy. That's not That's not anarchy, bro. Where he was going, being able to brush your teeth whenever you want and eat whenever you want. That's not anarchy, bro. That's not anarchy at all. He still lives under the government. He still is under the government. See, anarchy is paying no bills but the ones you want. Anarchy, there he is. Freedom, say something, brother.
Yo.
There you
That
go.
was rough.
There you go. There you go. You
That was rough.
left off at you left off at opting out of government without violence.
I didn't say that. I said
You did.
What I said was I mentioned that you can get in the pulpit and explain your position to other Americans by using, right, like becoming a politician, right, creating a new political party
No,
in a nonviolent manner. That is one option. I'm not saying that the only way to do it is through nonviolence.
No, you said to. I wrote it down, brother. You said to opt. You said that's one of the rules of the anarchy, like to opt out of government without violence. I wrote that down. Bro, that's what you said, bro.
I said, hold on. I said
get out of government
to get out of government without violence. Yes, that's anarchy. I said no. Anarchy means no rules.
You didn't say that's anarchy. You was talking. That's where you left off at. You said
okay. All right.
We said that you were speaking about adjectives of anarchy, or basically talking about what anarchy is to getting out of the government without violence. That's what you said.
I said one way you can do it without violence is you get up on the pulpit, meaning you reach so many people, right? Like you take a position of government or you create a political party and then you go on campaigns and you explain your position that, look, there should be a way to opt out of government without violence is what I said, is what I was getting to. But what I'm saying is,
yeah, you must get into that. You didn't say that. But
So what I'm getting to is there are, and then sometimes there are violent ways to do it, right? Sometimes if you don't agree with, if your government is overreaching, if your government is committing tyranny against you, sometimes the best way to handle it is through violence, right? The idea is to rid yourself of a tyrannical government by any means necessary. So but a government is always going to overreach, it's always going to commit tyranny, it's always going to commit violence against you, or the threat of violence against you. What I'm saying is, if you have a central government of, let's use Congress as an example, the legislative branch. They have 535 people that are supposed to represent over 350 million people. They cannot do that. You can, and so a congressperson in one district cannot truly represent hundreds of thousands to millions of people in their district. So when government gets too large and there's too much overreach, and you have special interest groups and corporations and banks that are truly being represented by these governments, then your government has gotten out of control because it's too large to hold these people accountable. So in order to mitigate that level of tyranny, the smaller the government, the better, right? So I am an anarchist in ideology myself, but there are other systems I agree with, like voluntarism. Voluntarism is when you participate in the system you choose voluntarily. You're not being forced. You're not being extorted. Every willing participant within that system is just that, a willing participant, right? But that only really works if the government is as small as possible. So if you live within a community that has a certain system of customs and laws and regulations that everybody agrees with, then they can live there as they choose. But if they don't like how it runs, they can simply leave and go to another community that they decide that they want to go to. But when you have one central government controlling an entire landmass and ruling over 350 million some odd people, that is a problem for someone like me. No matter how you cut and slice it, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm trying to explain.
It's not an argument to win. It's an understanding. Right. It's an understanding to win. There's
that's
always
what I'm trying to. I'm
Okay.
trying to get it to an understand. I understand what you're saying because from
What?
your position, we're supposed to use government to help. Like government is supposed to work for the people. It's for the people by the people, right?
Yep.
So I understand that position, but my position is the larger the government, the more influence outside of the people that are involved, the less control you have over your own government.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, we pay the salaries for
So
all these
I'm trying
cats.
to catch all this. I'm trying to catch it all. So
Oh
I
my,
don't want you to go too far. I'm trying to catch it, right?
I
I
got you.
want to. This
I
is the
got
reason why I jump in and
So
say I wrote down these pieces here. So I
yeah.
want to make
So
sure that I catch them because you said some things that
yes.
Mhm. It's not contradictory is not the word, but the
All right, go
word.
ahead and tell me.
So that some of the things that you said have solutions, but you went against the solution, right? You said America has a lot of people in it, right? And it can't be governed by a few.
Yes.
And then you spoke about participatory government, right? Participatory government is governed by a few. So that's a whole different story. But let's get down. Let's break down
Well, I was
some of the
talking
things you
about
said.
this. I'm talking about a smaller community. I'm talking about
Sure.
a community of 100
Sure.
or so people.
Sure. Now
right?
here's
Where
the problem.
accountability is more available.
Sure. Here's the problem with what you said. The problem with what you said is you spoke about how Congress has 500 people and we should have smaller government. And then you talked about the smaller the participatory. The problem is what you said is contradictory. What you said is basically, hold up a second, brother. I'll let you cook. What you said is basically government should be bigger. That's what you said.
I said you were breaking up. That's all I was saying.
Okay, cool. Government under what you yes. Yes. Because if you have what you said, the participatory areas, because you have 535 people governing 340 million. Well, then if you have a smaller community and one person over the smaller community, well, then you would have more people in Congress. Because those one people, that smaller community is one people.
Well, hold
on. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. I'm capturing. I capture it. I got your 4 points. To the one, if you have, let's say you have a smaller communities with people governing that way. Let's say your community, you have 200 people in your community. That's it. That's a small group of 200 people. You know all 200 people in your community. You know all 200, right? You know what they need. You know their issues. You know these things. You know all of this, right? You know that. Unless that is the government. That's it. That's your government. You have this one pot of people sitting over there in the corner all by themselves, and Freedom March is the president of 200 people. Unless you got that, which you do not have because you've already admitted that we're in America. 340 million people in America. That's what we got. So if we have 200 and we got my brother Freedom March in charge of 200, then there should be take 340 million and divide it by 200. And that's how many people should be in Congress, because all of them would go to Congress and they will be able to say what my 200 people need, and we can get this hashed out. That's what that will be. So it will be bigger government. Now, for me,
no.
But it would be. That's exactly what that would be. You can't live on your own, bro. You can't take 200 people and you and 200 people and just live in America in some corner. We're already here, brother. You can't reinvent it. We're already here. You got to fix it. We are already here. America's already made. You're talking about to live in anarchy, but brushing your teeth and eating when you want to eat is not anarchy, brother. That is
anarchy. That is literally anarchy.
Yeah,
literally anarchy.
So brushing my teeth whenever I want, that's basically life.
Because
everybody does that.
Exactly. Everyone lives in anarchy every day to a certain extent.
Sure. If that's no problem.
That's literally what anarchy is.
Okay, sure, but that's not the government you live under.
Okay. Now, okay. Are you going to go over other points, or can I?
Sure. I mean, if you want to address this right there, we can address that.
I'm going to address that because I'm not talking about a representative of a community of 200 people being part of a central government that you call Congress. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that enclave of 200 people existing as they want to exist, not being forced to come together with other communities unless they choose to. I'm
Sure.
not talking about a Congress of however many people. No, I'm
Sure.
talking because you're essentially what you're talking about is a parliament. I'm not talking about a parliamentary government. I'm talking about true voluntarism where you break up the central government, break it down, right? You have to do it strategically. And this is my idea. It
Mhm.
may sound like wackadoo or a
No, go
pipe
ahead. Just
dream
go
or
ahead.
utopia.
No, just
You
go ahead and
break
cook.
you break it down, right? You break down the central government back to its state's powers. And then you break it down even further from there, right? And you exist in that regard, right? Because the smaller the government, the better represented the people are. The larger the government, the less represented and the less accountable these people can be held by, can be held. Now, once you do that, if one community wants to have a sort of a relationship or an alliance with another community, and they want to have treaties and trade agreements and all these things like we do with other countries, like the United States does with Israel and the UK and all that, somehow they're able to exist in that regard without coming together and forming one large world government. They can just have treaties, they can have trade agreements and all that stuff so that the shit can get cracking.
Sure,
You
but
can do that on a smaller scale, is what I'm
sure,
saying. So
sure, but that
what I'm
doesn't work.
saying is,
That doesn't work in reality.
what do you mean it doesn't work? It works on
It does not work in reality. No, it doesn't,
it
because
doesn't.
it
How?
does not. It does not, brother. That's so one of the points that you made, which the second point you made, is to basically have government without how do you have a government without violence and then creating political parties and stuff like that. Now you're saying to do that on a very small scale. Well, guess what happens, my brother? Guess what happens? If you live in Oklahoma and you have the state of Oklahoma and you take over the state of Oklahoma, that's where you live at, the state of Oklahoma, and you have made a government there, and your government is nice, and everybody's living in kumbaya and whatever the case may be, and we have the political parties that are speaking up for each other. What happens is you have a thing called resources. When you run out of those resources, you then start to politic with everybody else to get those resources. Well, if I don't want to give you those resources at all, I want your land, there's a thing that happens called war.
Yeah, you gotta go to war. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
You gotta go to war with protect yours.
Okay. Well, there is never in the history of mankind ever been anything that has happened without war. It's never happened. It never happened. Never in the history of mankind. So when you say to create something without violence, that's not going to happen.
That's not what I said, man.
But you did. You said to opt out of government without violence.
I did not say you create things without violence.
You said to opt out of government.
What I said.
You said I'm not misrepresenting. You said to opt out of government without. No, I am not. You said to create political parties so you can do these things without violence. That's what you said. I wrote it down.
I said that you get. Okay, this is what I said.
That's what you said. Say it again.
What I said was one way that you can do this, right, is you have to spread the word. You get on the pulpit. You go and get into politics. You become a politician. You campaign on the idea of opting out and creating a system to do that. I didn't say that you're never going to have violence and the only way you can do it. No, I'm not saying that.
I never said that either. I never said that either.
Okay,
I said what you said.
This non-violent stuff you're talking about. I'm not saying that there won't be violence. I did not say there would not be wars.
I never said that either.
There are wars.
I never said that.
There are wars amongst tribes.
Yep, I know that.
The smallest groups of tribes over territory. I'm not saying that that's not going to happen.
I never said that you didn't say that. I said what you said. I never said that at all. I just wrote down what you said.
So I said. So you're saying that I said.
I am telling you what you said because I wrote it down.
Government. What I said is that I gave one example. Right?
Sure.
I gave one example on how you can introduce the idea of not having such a large government.
Sure.
And then I went on to explain, I said, other ways to quote unquote, I don't even want to say that word in your channel because, they getting wild with this censorship. But
what happened?
Sometimes violence is necessary.
Yeah, say it, but say it like drag it out a little bit so it doesn't sound.
Government, Donald Trump is trying to come for us for our speech. So,
Yeah. Just say it, whatever you're going to say it, but say it with add an S or something like that to it.
Right. Sometimes violence is necessary to obtain certain goals. What I'm saying is, and I explain this all the time when I talk to people about it.
Mhm.
When I talk about freedom and voluntarism and anarchy, it's dangerous. There are inherent dangers that come along with it, right? So there are certain choices you have to make when you decide if you want to live in freedom or if you want to live under large government rulership, right? Because freedom is dangerous, point blank and period. It is openly dangerous, but the difference is you understand what the dangers are because you now have an awareness of what you may encounter. So when you
Okay.
have those small
Don't
enclaves and you have wars over territory and resources, this is just the reality of the world. Like animals,
okay.
predatory animals fight over territory. Uh, uh,
You
nomadic
gotta let me
tribes.
you gotta let me respond too, brother. Because I'm trying to
Okay.
capture this, but you're saying a lot of good stuff that is
Yeah.
really good for dialect, right? But you got to let me
Uh,
respond to because unless I'm going to
okay.
write all this down, I wrote down 4 points and we only talked about 1.5, and now we're on something totally different. So you got to say a
Well,
point, brother, get a point out, and then let me respond to it, right?
all right. Go
So
ahead.
you brought up states' power and everything, giving things back to states' power. The
Yes.
problem with giving things back to states' power is that
Mm-hmm.
once you start at a small, let's say you
Uh,
started at small, right? The small 200, and you and your 200 have made a great community. Then the next thing
yeah.
is going to happen is more people are going to want to be in your community if it is great, which is why people migrate to America. More people
Right.
want to be in it. So you're going to do one of two things. You're going to stop it and not let nobody come through, which is going to present resentment from within and without, right? Or you're going to allow them in, which you are then inherently making your 200, 2,000, 2
Mm.
million, 20
Okay.
million. So if
Okay.
you're doing that, what you did with your small, your state's power and your small,
Mm.
you are good. Your thing is good. It's great. People are loving the voluntarism.
Yeah.
They're loving the plant, everything that you're doing. Well, more people are going to want to do it. So if more people want to do it, then your government is your volunteer. It's going to get bigger. And the
Mm-hmm.
bigger it gets, there's only one freedom march. The bigger it
Yeah.
gets, there's going to have to be another freedom march and another one for you guys to now say, hey, look, we're under you, President Freedom March. But over
Mm-hmm.
here, my 200 need this, that these 200 don't. Those 200
Mm-hmm.
need that, and those 200 need that.
Yeah.
You just created a government. Still, it is not about the size of the government. It's about the government running how it should. That's what it's about,
Okay.
not anything
Okay.
else.
Okay. Well, see, there's another option.
Sure. What's
See
that?
that the people that want to exist as you do within your community, if the people within that, if you see that is getting too large, the people can take the model that you use to build your community and go somewhere else and start their own. It does not have to be a convergence of so many people because even in nature, even amongst people, before industrialization, before the introduction of so-called civilization, people existed separately. People naturally congregate to those people that they are in like mind and have the similar cultures and ideas. You don't have to grow this community much larger than you want. You can say, you know what? I can take that idea and I can start my own community. I can adjust it and tweak it. Because, yeah, there are certain aspects of Freedom March's community that I do like, and there's certain aspects I don't like. Let me tweak it and make it my own thing, and the people that agree with me can come ahead and they can go ahead and agree with me. They can say, you know what, I like BF's idea. I like his tweaks on Freedom March's community. So I'm going to go and do it that way.
Sure.
That's how it's going to work. So,
Sure.
and the idea is you can only grow as large as the land and the resources within that provides for it.
Sure. That's called the
So
United States.
no that's called being resourceful.
Yeah,
That's
but
called resourcefulness. No. That's
sure.
called resourcefulness.
Sure.
I don't
Sure.
need Big Daddy government to tell me how to deal with resources properly.
You
I don't need Big
do.
Daddy government.
Yes,
No,
you
I don't.
do.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
don't.
do. You
No, I
do.
don't.
And
No,
how
I
how
do
are you
not.
going to know what the resources are if you never link up with anybody in California and you're in New York and you need California resources? How are you going to know? Unless
Huh?
big government knows it all. It is not
No,
about it.
you
Hold
go
up,
and
brother. Let me
find out for your
respond,
goddamn
brother.
self.
Let me
Okay.
respond. It is
All right.
not
You asked the
about
question.
it is not about it is not yeah, but then you said something that causes me to respond to what you said about no, I don't. I'm telling you why you do. Because
Okay.
if your community, if Freedom March's community is in New York, beautiful
Mhm.
community, they're all living blah blah blah, however you want to kumbaya. And what you just said is to take and go somewhere else, which is basically what you said they couldn't do about my YouTube page. But that's a different story.
Well,
So then
that is a different story.
but that's what you basically say. But they can, but whatever. So then you take the people that like what you're doing, but don't like you doing it, and they go to California. So now you
Mhm.
have New York doing it, and then you have California doing it. Now, New York and California needs what New York got. New York needs what California got. You guys are both struggling, but you're
Mhm.
comfortable with each other. The only way to
Yeah.
know what you guys have is to have somebody that knows both. It's the only way. It is not about the government being big or the government being small. It's about the government working how it's supposed to. It is not about the size of the government. Because if the government is working how it's supposed to, the size of it will equal itself out, period. Because it's working how it's supposed to. If you, Freedom March, or have your 200, you know that a healthy conversation to make your community good, a healthy, is 1 to 200. So then you know, all right, it's getting tough now. I got 400 here. I need somebody else to come up here and do this with me. That y'all over there, we're on the same accord. We all agree in New York here, but I need
Mhm.
somebody here because a health. I'm starting to lose it now. There's too many people, so I can't. The healthy is what is 1 to 200. So now I got 2 of me. It is not about the 2 of you being too much. It's about the 2 of you being on the same page. Yes, and then the next one is another 200. Okay, now I need 3 of y'all. It is not the government. The government will equal itself if it is done correctly. It will equal itself. It's not about we got 3 million people now. We don't need 5. Yes, you do, because we've already established what a healthy ratio is 1 to 200. That's a healthy
Mhm.
ratio. We've already established it. So you can't
Okay.
say government is too big because it got 500. No, government is too small if the healthy ratio is 1 to 200. No, let the government be itself. Because then
Okay.
guess what? And I'm gonna give it to you. Guess what?
Mhm.
If Freedom March is doing it correctly and Freedom March number 5 isn't, don't we now know Freedom March number 5 isn't, and to get him the fuck up out of here? Because your 200 are struggling when everybody else's 200 is good. We
Hmm.
know. Get him the fuck up out of here. Get another Freedom March up there.
Okay. Now, let me address what you're talking about when you say the government's too small, based on the number of people that are running government. When I talk about the size of the government, I'm not talking about the amount of people that run the government. I'm talking about the control the amount of control and overreach they have. Those few people have too much power and control over a large group of people. When I talk about government being too big, that's what I'm referring to. I'm not talking about the number of so-called representatives. And when you have a person, so that's how I address that. So when you take the individual community in New York and the individual community in California that have resources that each community could benefit from, then you do what is known as a trade agreement, right? Just like you would do within a community where you might have a bunch of farms, you might have a bunch of people that own land, and their land is what it is. You might have one person on one piece of land, they're growing goats and cows, and they milk the goddamn cows. And you got another community, or you got another household that grows chickens and these things like that. Well, I'm going to give you some eggs for my chicken. I don't need you to merge with my land for that to work. No, we don't. No, you mind your business, growing your cows and your milk and getting your milk. I mind my business and I have my chickens. And if you need milk and I need eggs, then you give me a quart of milk, I'll give you a dozen eggs. Right. So on a larger scale, if that community in New York needs something that California has, you simply come up with a trade agreement. I don't need you and me to form one singular government in order for that to happen. No, what we're doing is we're having a treaty, we're having a trade agreement, and that's how that would work. I'm not saying,
Sure.
oh,
I
if
got you. I got you.
that's
I
that
got you.
that's all I'm saying. I'm not
Okay, so
saying
you made.
I don't.
I got you. You made 2 points, so let's address both of those 2 points. The
Yeah.
first one you said the amount of control is based on. You said talk about the amount of the amount of control is the issue that you have, not the people. The problem is what I said to you about the analogy before you said that. The power of that the person has is based on the person, the Freedom March number 5 that you put in charge. Because Freedom March number 1 is not wielding his power the way Freedom March number 5 is. You have that power. You are Freedom March in your 200 community. It is not about the government being big, being small, being whatever. It is about the power of the person you put in charge. So when you're talking about the government having control and Big Daddy government having control, because you put the wrong people in charge. If you put a wrong Freedom March in charge of that 200 people, then they're going to exercise their control that you have. Freedom March number 1 has control over the 200 people. Freedom March number 2, 3, 4. If you put the wrong one in, then get the wrong one out and put a new one in. One that thinks the way Freedom March, or not thinks the way, but at least you guys are all on board with y'all Discord on what it should look like. That is not about, someone is always going to be in control. Brother, you're in control of your household. Your kids don't tell you what to do. You're in control. Someone is always going to be in control. In your community that you're talking about, what you do is you put, if someone in control is fucked up, then get his punk ass up out of there. Get him out of there. You guys, if you have 5 Freedom Marches and there is one Freedom March that's fucked up, right? The other 4 should be able to vote his ass the fuck out of there. That's not that. So it goes back to what I originally said. That is not it's not the size of the government. It's about government working correctly. Now, the second point you said is about trade agreements. The problem with your statement, when you gave a very great statement about eggs and milk, the problem is, how the fuck do you know they got milk, and how the fuck do they know you got eggs, unless you have a centralized government that capitalized the whole damn thing? I don't know you got milk and eggs, nigga. How the fuck do I know what you got? I ain't got a motherfucking clue. I don't know what the hell you got. How do I, if I'm in New York and you're in California, how the hell do I know what you got? Ain't no motherfucking cross. Well, how do I know? I don't know this shit. If you have your own community all by yourself, that's it. You're by yourself. You are cut off from the world. That is you in your anarchy piece. You're all by yourselves. You're in your little community in New York. That's it. You got all New York by yourself. How the hell do you know what California got and vice versa? You don't. There has to be something that legitimately captures it all so they can say, oh, shit. And this is exactly how it would be in your 200. In your 200 in New York. How the fuck would Brooklyn know what Queens got, or Queens know what Staten Island got, or Staten Island know what Manhattan got? Unless Freedom March knows what they all have. You're in charge of that 200. So you being in charge of that 200, you know what Queens, Staten Island, Brooklyn, Manhattan, you know what they all got. So when someone in Manhattan has milk and someone in Brooklyn has eggs, and you know they're short over there, then you can tell the niggas in Brooklyn and Manhattan, hey, they got eggs and milk. You guys should trade or figure something out to get this done and do your trade agreements. There is no way to know there is no way to know unless there is someone that knows it. If you don't know it, Freedom March, if you don't know what everybody has to offer in your 200 community, then you're a shitty ass leader and your community will fucking fail because somebody ain't trading with somebody when they should under your leadership. Then they need to get you the fuck up out of here and get somebody else in that knows his community to make sure that his community can work together.
Okay. So you're telling me I need to put a central controller in place in order for me to communicate with someone if I'm in the Bronx, in order for me to have any communication or conversation with a Brooklyn motherfucker, I got to install somebody in the center of those at Brooklyn and Bronx, and they have control over both. in order for that trade to happen. No.
It's
What
not
you
what I
do
said.
is,
That's not what I said.
well, you said you need government in order for people to have these trade agreements. You said you need a government. What I'm saying is,
What? No, I did not. I
I
said you are the government. In your
what
200,
I'm saying, no,
you
what
are
I'm
the government. That's what I
okay.
said.
So now, okay, so what I'm saying is, and that goes back to my earlier position, is that the smaller the government is, the smaller the community or whatever community or something that you participate in, the more accountability there is to the leaders of that community. The more access you have to those leaders, because they have to look you in your face and tell you why they made certain decisions. Now, when I talk about having trade agreements and treaties with other communities, you don't need a central. What I'm arguing against is a central government where a few elite classmen have control over so many people. That is what I'm arguing against. I'm not arguing against leadership of communities. I'm not arguing with communication between communities to have certain agreements. I'm not arguing against that. What I'm arguing against is a large government, and I'm going to stick to that, of a few individuals that have so much overreach and power over so many people they cannot truly represent to any degree.
Sure. Then
Because
sure. Then you're
these
not arguing with me.
individuals.
This is not my
Huh?
argument, so I'm not sure why you're telling me
But
this.
my argument is
It's not my argument.
that my argument is that the government that we have today
Yep.
is much too large and has way too much overreach and power to truly represent the people's needs, because there will always be these fake ass fights between the two parties where nothing really gets done, and they will always be enriched by the corporations and the special interest groups that give money to both sides, like APEC.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is,
my argument.
they're going to get
Sure.
But
I got you.
I'm just telling you.
I heard you.
Right.
I got you, brother. I'm
Yes.
telling you what my
Yes.
argument is. Government is not too big and it is not too small. The government is not ran correctly. That's what I'm telling you. Your argument is that it needs to be small or big or medium or whatever it is.
No.
Your argument is size. Your argument, and I wrote it down. You said the smaller the better because you can look them in the face. So I don't know why you're saying no. Yes, you just said no. Your argument is size, brother. Your argument is size of government.
I feel like you're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
That's what you just said. You said the smaller the better because you can look them in the face. Did you not say that?
I'm going to say this, and this is where I'm going to land. The government as it exists today cannot run correctly because there are too many few people that have so much influence. It cannot run correctly for the people that supposed to be served by the government.
Sure.
It cannot, because too few people have much to influence and overreach over too many people. And they get influenced by forces that we can't understand to any degree because we don't have access.
I'm not disagreeing.
We don't have the money and we don't have the resources. So this is what I'm arguing against.
But that's not an argument that you're arguing against with me. I'm not disagreeing with you. You said size. I'm telling you, it is not about size. It is about efficiency. It is about accuracy. It is about doing it correctly. Is what I'm telling you. You're telling me about size.
I'm saying it can't. I'm saying it can't, as it exists today. It cannot run efficiently. It cannot because there's. I disagree. It cannot.
If you put the correct people in charge, it absolutely can. 100%.
How do you put the correct people in charge when you have no control over?
I'm glad you finally got to that because I wrote that down, and that was one of the things that was supposed to be in the first four that we talked about that we didn't even address. So I'll get to that.
You have no control over who's in charge.
You absolutely do.
You don't.
You 100% do. 100%. Because the electoral yes. The electoral okay, I will finish what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
The electoral college and everything else was put in later on.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
What should be is a majority vote, period.
Mm.
That's it. No other way, a majority vote. That is it.
Right.
That's what it should be. That's what it always should be. And that's what it should always continue to be. I don't give a damn if more people live here and more people I don't care. Majority vote. Nobody told you to live there or told you to live there. You decided to live there. No one forced you to live in any of these locations. You can get up and move to another state, to whatever the case may be you want to be. You can do that. Is it going to cost you? It might cost you. But are you comfortable where you're at? You're comfortable where you're at. Well, if you're comfortable where you're at, then guess what? You're going to have to live with the majority rule. Just like if it was 200 people. Because you got to look those 200 people in their face. And one of them, 5 of them, 50 of them ain't going to be happy with what you're saying. But 150 will. Right. So the majority rules, okay, well, now this guy who was in charge is out. This guy who is better for the 150 is now in. This Freedom March number 5, 150 out of the 200 voted him in. And that's the way it should always be. The majority. Well, guess what? Everybody's not going to be happy in a majority rule because it's not a totality rule. It is not a 100% rule. Somebody's going against it. There's always going to be discomfort. There's always going to be displeasure. Always. But if you take the majority, if we have 1,000 people, or like you say, the smaller the groups. So if you have the smaller the groups, then it's easy to talk to 200 people and ask them, hey, let's walk around to 200 people, get your vote. That's easy to do. It's impossible to walk around 340 million, which goes back to the original point that I said to you, of which you made about the smaller the representations, the smaller, then that makes the government bigger. I don't give a damn about size. I care about efficiency. And efficiency would be, to your point, having a small group of people that have a representative of one person of maybe a couple of hundred, because I got to look you in your eyes. Yeah, and I can get you the fuck up out of there. Now, your work talking directly for me, right? We're on the same page?
There's something that I don't agree with.
Okay. Are we on the same page with what you said? Let's start at the bottom. We're going to use that number 200. 200 people. One person to 200. Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Because I got to look you. I got to look Freedom March. Freedom March got to look me in my eyes.
Yeah.
Of that 200, we can set a number 160. Yeah. Whatever that number is, got to vote me in to be the second Freedom March. Are we together still? And we stay at that number, whatever that number is, wherever we decide, that is the number, because you got to look each other in the face. Okay? I don't got to worry about voter fraud or nothing like that, because it's only 200 of y'all.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if we're good there, then we can move forward. As people like to do this, there's going to be new pods of 200. With every new pod of 200 is a new Freedom March. Y'all have your own things going on. But every time it gets bigger, in order for progression, in order for continued success, in order for the trade agreements and the resource placement and resource allocations that we were talking about earlier, in order for that, somebody has to be in communication with each other to know I have a resource for you.
Yes.
Somebody got to do that. There has got to be one of the Freedom Marches that got to do this now. One of them.
A representative.
Okay, there's a representative that knows what I got in my 200. Yeah. Okay, now as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and we all got our own little pot of 200, and it expands all the way from New York to California, it becomes physically and virtually fucking impossible for me and my 200 in California to know. Matter of fact, in Washington State, to know what you and your 200 in Tallahassee, Florida have. It's impossible, which then means all of us Freedom Marches have to then put someone that's going to make sure that we all know what allocations and resources we have so that we can run efficiency in our 200. We can run efficiently, right? So then we put that. That can't be one person. Do you know how that's 340 million motherfuckers, bro? That can't be one person. That's got to be a gang of motherfuckers that we put right there. So that gang of motherfuckers is just like Freedom March, just like all the other Freedom Marches. And if they aren't, we vote them the fuck out. We get them out. We put somebody else in. So now we have one Freedom March that's in charge of, say, 100 of the smaller 200s. We have one of those guys. And then we do that. Or we have one that's in charge of 1,000 smaller Freedom Marches. Did we do that? Then now we've got that group right there. So we have, let's say, the House of Representatives. We have that. And then above that, let's say we have the Senate above that. That's what we got. Now we need somebody, because these got all these people we voted in. We put these in. We know they're right. And if they're not, we give them the fuck out of there. We don't give them no motherfucking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year terms. Fuck no. No. Every motherfucking year. Every year. Every year on this date, the day you got in there, we don't do no fucking mass. No. Freedom March, you became the Freedom March of your 200 May 1st. Well, guess what, nigga? May 1st next year, that's when we look at you again. Ain't no motherfucking we gonna sit around here and wait and then do everybody's on November. Man, get the fuck out of here. You came in here in May. So next May, nigga, oh, you fucking up? Bet. Get him the fuck out of here next May. You got 1 year, but that forces you to continue being good for your 200. It forces you. And then guess what, Freedom? If the nigga above you, because you're the House of Representatives, if the one above you, the Senate, isn't doing good for you and the 4 or 5 or maybe the 1,000 or a couple of, maybe you guys, right? Whatever Freedom Marches, however many it is, you guys now have the same, you got to look them in the eyes. Same concept, brother. You with me? That Freedom March above you has to look you in your eyes and tell you what he can and can't do for your 200, because you got to go back to your 200 and look them in the eyes and tell them why you couldn't do it. You still with me? Okay. If you're still with me, okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So now you got that, your House of Representatives from New York to California, from Florida to Washington. You got that. You're still in your 200. Nothing changes. You got that, right? You now got your Senate, the ones above you, because somebody has to say, okay, these 1,000 down here, these 1,000 here, these 1,000 there, these 1,000 there, 1,000. Someone has to know what the 1,000 has to work with the other 1,000, because it's impossible for the 200 to work with another 200 across the country. Impossible. You can't have those trade agreements.
What? Okay.
What do you mean what? How can some 200 by themselves in Tallahassee, Florida work with some 200 in Seattle?
No, I'm gonna let you finish your point.
No, let's stop right there. How does Tallahassee get to Washington? How do they know what they got?
The people from Tallahassee go to Washington.
Why? For what? For what? Why am I going to go there? Exactly what I said. Why?
Oh, so then they don't need anything from Washington, right?
No.
Either they need it or they don't.
Let's say it one more time. One more time. Because you clearly moved over that. Clearly.
Moved over what?
You just said the people from Tallahassee just go to Washington. I said what? You said because they need
examples. Okay. You are forcing a condition where one California has resources that New York does. You created this position. I did
not. The planet created. No, I didn't. The planet did.
No, you brought those examples.
I didn't create nothing. The planet did.
So you're telling me
I didn't put resources nowhere. The planet did.
So
God did. I didn't put them nowhere.
Okay. So now you moving.
I didn't move nothing. I didn't move anything.
So the people in California, they have to have shit from New York.
I never said that. I never said that. I never said that, Freedom. I never said that. I never said that. I never said that.
People in California.
I never said they have to have it. I never said that. I never said that. Never.
You said that the people in California have resources that people in New York need, and vice versa. Did you not?
The only way that the people in New York would need what the people in California have, and vice versa, the only way they would need it, only way, is if the guy named Freedom March over the 200 can see that the resources are running low, that they can see that there is something that I can implement to make our production better. That's the only way. If your production is good, then guess what? You don't need shit else. Sit right there. Right there. Sit there. You don't need shit else. But life happens, my nigga. And then when life happens, you want to make your 200 more prosperous. You want to make your 200 more healthy, more better. You don't have, you might not have them.
Yeah.
Other motherfuckers might. And the only way for you in Tallahassee to know what to know what Washington does is to have somebody who's connected to two. Because if the motherfucker in Florida just decides to just get to riding and just ride to fucking 8,000 miles across the country, what the fuck? How far is it? How far is it?
8,000. Why
How
do
far
I
is
have
it
to
from
ride
Tallahassee?
8,000 miles to another motherfucking place to get resources? What are we talking about? Who is this magical nigga that can? Oh, I'm the only one who can
are
go
you
here and go
listening?
there.
Are
I'm a
you
magical
listening?
central nigga.
Are you
and I have
listening?
to be in charge.
Are you
No,
listening at all? Are you listening
talking
at all?
about? You're talking about a liaison. You're talking about somebody
Are
that
you
can
are you
connect.
even listening?
Yes, I'm listening, nigga. You said
You're
the
not
only
listening.
way
You're
that this
not
works,
listening.
the only way that can be trade agreements is if you have one person that oversees the 100 freedom marches in their communities and be in charge.
What I said to you, and I will say it again, is the only way for somebody in Tallahassee to know what somebody in Washington has is for somebody above them to know they're both there. I asked you how. You said for somebody in Tallahassee to just go there. So I asked you, why would they go there? Why would they go there?
You need a middleman to go to. How does who's his middle?
Why would somebody from Tallahassee leave to go? Why would they go there?
Why indeed? No, they're just going to, if you have to get resources for your community, you go outside, you start local, and you branch out from there.
You start local, branch out from there.
Why would I say, you know what? My 300 acres of land, we're running out of resources. Let me travel thousands of miles to find more. No, you go outside of your land. You expand your territory if it's available. You expand your territory. Right, because you're going to have children. People are going to die at the same time.
And that's the reason why. That's the reason why countries are conquered. That's why they were conquered. Exactly why niggas was conquered. That mindset right there. That's why niggas was conquered. That's why your land would get conquered like a motherfucker. Because there's other people. Yes, because there's other people that ain't going to do that. They're not going to do that shit. They ain't going to do that shit. What they will do is they'll say, why would I waste my time trying to pussyfoot around and hope you got this, or hope you got that, or hope you got that, and keep trying to branch out to hope you got something when I have somebody who's over us, who knows what you got, and knows what you got, and can do these trade agreements to make sure that you get what you got and you get what you got. So we progress. So in our progression, I'm better than you. So when I do find your error, I'm not trying to fucking trade agreement. I'm taking your shit because I'm better than you.
Wait. So
ain't no wait. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Is what I'm doing.
You're talking about is the only one that can stop this.
I didn't say anybody can stop nothing. I never said that.
Knows what this guy
never
needs
said
and
that.
knows what that guy
never
needs.
Said that.
And we have
never
to go through him in order to stop a war.
Never said
order
that.
to stop
I never said that. I never said that.
So
what I did, you're not trying to understand. That's the problem. You're not trying. You're not trying.
It doesn't make sense to me.
And of course it doesn't, because you're not trying to understand. So it wouldn't make sense.
Okay, you're not trying to understand me.
Absolutely. I wrote down what you said. I'm not ignoring anything.
You're trying to force.
I'm not forcing anything. I'm not forcing nothing. I promise.
You're trying to place a middleman in
I'm
there
not
because
placing
in your mind,
anything.
that's the only way
I am not.
we can have trade agreements.
That's not
we
true.
gotta have a magical Negro in between us.
Not placing nothing. I ain't placing anything. I'm not placing anything. What I am doing is called progression. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. What you're doing is talk about a nigga living in the wild, wild west. That doesn't live like that.
West? What are you talking about?
Yes, that's what you said. 200 niggas off by themselves, and if they decide to go somewhere else, then go somewhere else. Your 200 niggas gonna die fast as motherfucker. My 200 motherfuckers that's gonna have medicine because they're over here because this nigga knows it, and this guy knows it, and that guy knows it. Trade it. What if I don't want it? What if I don't want to trade? What if you ain't got what I want? Then what?
So this magical middleman is gonna make you.
What happens if you don't have what I want, Freedom March? How are you gonna trade with me? Freedom March, how you gonna trade with me? What if I'm the only one that got it?
You don't want to trade with me.
What if I'm the only one that got it? What if I'm the only one that got it? What if then your community's gonna fucking die, nigga? Then your community's gonna fucking die.
No, I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Where you going? I'm the only one that got it. Where you going?
You think your land is the only land that has the resources I need? Get the fuck out of here.
Yes, there is motherfuckers right now. Where are you going to get fucking? Where are you going? Where are you going? There ain't nowhere else, nigga. Where you going?
There is somewhere else.
Oh yeah. So where are you getting batteries for Apple?
Batteries for what?
Batteries for your fucking cell phones. For any cell phone. Where are you getting them?
What?
There is only one place on Earth that has those.
Wow.
That has that. There's only one, and
Where?
it's in Africa. It's in Africa. It's the only place.
Wait, that has what?
That has the fucking things to make the batteries, the cobalt.
The semiconductors, the component, the
cobalt.
The cobalt.
Yes.
You mean like the one?
So where are you going to get it? Where are you going to get it?
Oh, you mean like in Asheville?
Where are you going to get it, bro? Where are you going to get it?
Asheville, North Carolina, nigga.
Sure. So what if they don't want to? So you, when everyone tells you something, what if they don't want to give it to you?
Then you don't get it. What? I don't have a cell phone.
So then you don't get it. So then what happens is everybody else progresses and you die. You starve.
Oh, so progression is having a cell phone glued to your fucking face all day. That's progression.
Okay, listen, bro. I love how you moved the goalpost to talk about a cell phone.
No,
you did. No, you did. I gave you a motherfucking resource, my nigga, and you act like that resource is there. I gave you a resource.
You're saying I'm a guy without a cell phone.
I gave you a resource, and now you're focusing on fucking cell phone. But what if it's corn? Well, what if it's something else? What if it's something your community needs? Wow. What if it's something like that? Because of course you want to focus on one specific thing. What if it's something you fucking need? Then what? What if you run out of it and nobody wants to give it to you? Then what?
Then you go and find something. You go.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. What if? Oh, so you go explore.
And if you want to, you can have a trade agreement with somebody.
No problem. So what if you go? No problem. No problem.
You go to somebody else.
Are you telling me? So the whole 200 niggas on the Freedom March is going to explore somewhere else? The whole 200?
No, did I say that? No,
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking.
No, no, they're not.
Okay, so how many are going? How many are going?
You're going to delegate positions, and you're going to delegate work for people to do.
Bet. So if the people you delegate, if the people you delegate, go to another Freedom March community and decide to fucking stay there and say, fuck them niggas, I'm good right here, then what?
Then guess what? They have chosen.
Then you die. No, your community falls apart. That's what.
No, it does not.
Oh, yeah? So your community needs it. Your community needs it, and you send some other niggas, and your community needs it, but your community dies. So what happens to your community?
If you're a magical man, that the only way
ain't nobody talking about no magical man. Don't move the goalpost. Don't move the goalpost. Go back to where you was at. Don't move the goalpost. If you send them niggas, you are, nigga. If you send them motherfuckers to go to that community to get the shit that your community needs, and they decide to not come back, I'm good here. Fuck them niggas. They're better. Then what you do? Then what you do?
They don't come back.
Okay, so what does your community do?
You adapt and overcome.
Adapt to what?
Adapt to the changes that were just given to you. Okay.
If your community needs it, then why are you sending motherfuckers if your community needs it?
So how does it? Wait.
Why are you sending people if your community needs it?
What kind of guy?
I'm going to ask you again. Why are you sending people if your community needs it? If your community don't need it, don't send them. If your community needs it, you're sending them. Why are we playing these games? If your community needs something, okay, you're playing.
You're creating scenarios.
No, I'm not creating nothing. You are.
You're creating scenarios.
You said your 200. No, I didn't create nothing. I followed your. No, I didn't. I used your 200. That's what you said. You said that. You said a small community.
You are creating scenarios.
I didn't create nothing.
You are placing things in
there. I did not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I said to you, your small community, if your small community is right here, if you need something, you said create trade agreements. How the fuck you want to create a trade agreement if you don't know who to fucking trade with? And you said, explore.
You find the people to trade with. What are you talking about?
How do you trade with somebody if you don't know what the fuck they have to trade?
You go find out what they have. You communicate. It's called communication. You talk to people.
Why? Who are you? How do you know? Who do you talk to?
You go out. You go out and you do things. You go beyond your territory.
Go where?
And you
go where? If you don't know where to go, where are you going?
Go wherever you want.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. If you don't know which direction to go, where the fuck are you going?
Wow, you don't know directions now. I don't know directions. I don't know.
How would you know directions if you are in your own little community? How would you know which direction to go to?
You go and you go find the direction you need to go.
How the fuck you gonna find it if you don't know where to go to find it?
You travel. It's called traveling. What are you talking about?
Okay, yes, it's called traveling. In what fucking direction if you are locked off in your own fucking community? Where are you going?
First of all, you're placing scenarios I did not even.
I didn't place
say.
nothing.
I didn't say
You did.
locked off.
I didn't
I
place
did not say
shit.
locked off.
I didn't place nothing, nigga. You did.
I
didn't
said
place
an
nothing.
independent community that does not answer to a central fucking government.
So
That's
an
what I said.
independent. So what you're telling right now is entire
sovereign
fucking
nation,
government. So
independent
you want
sovereign
the
community.
entire government to just stop right now, and only little tiny small pockets
I
fill
never
these
said
places
that.
right there. That's what you're saying.
I never said that.
Then what the fuck is you
Never said
saying? Then what are you saying?
I never said that.
Then what are you saying?
I explained it already.
No, you didn't. Because I tried to use what you explained, and you're telling me that's not it.
No, nigga,
so what is it?
You break it down to state powers strategically. You have to break it down strategically. You shut this down.
What does that mean? What does that mean? My brother, freedom. What does breaking? What does it mean?
Break it down. You don't know what that means. Now you want me to see. This is what you do.
Stop it. Knock it off. What does that mean?
And then I'm supposed to give you all these little explanations so that you can try to attack every single one.
There ain't no little explanations. What are you saying?
It is a little explanation.
What? No, there isn't. Because then, if you don't break it down, and then I say something that you say, oh, I didn't say that. That's not what I said. So tell me what you're saying.
Right. What I'm saying is you break it down. You decentralize government and go back to state powers. You
go back to state powers.
State powers, and you break it down from there. You have to do.
Please tell me how state powers is not the exact same thing as the government. Please tell me that.
Bro, I'm not. Listen. If you're gonna stop me in the middle, what the fuck I'm saying? What's the point of explaining anything to you?
Well, you're not explaining anything because you said decentralize everything.
I explained. You say, well, the state.
You said state powers. What's the difference?
I said you break it down. You decentralize. You give the state their powers back, and you break it down further from there.
So what's the difference from state powers and government powers? What's the difference?
Oh my! You know what? You're right. There's no difference.
There isn't no difference. Right. You're literally no difference. What's the difference?
You're right. Absolutely right.
I know.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, because
I know
that's where I stopped. I was not going to explain further. I stopped at state powers and stopped there. You're right. Yeah.
So what's the difference between state powers?
There's no point.
I know there isn't. I know
there is no point because
there's no point because there's no difference.
When you're a statist, this is how they operate. You're a statist.
If you're a statist, who operates as what status? I don't operate as a statist at all.
You know what? You got it. You got it. You won.
I know.
You got it. You got it.
I know.
Because
I know.
When I explained decentralizing the federal government and going back to state powers,
sure,
that's where I was going to leave it. And you got it.
Okay. So we're at state powers. So what's the difference from state powers? What's the difference? They have the same exact power as the damn president. Same power.
There is no difference.
No, don't try to do that now.
No, I'm not doing this, bro.
Don't do that now. You are. Yes, you are. Don't do it now.
No, I'm not.
You are. No. Yeah, you are.
No, you're right. No. The state powers, you're absolutely right. Because every governor is their own president.
Yes.
Before the Federalist Papers were presented to them, and they decided to be idiots and say, you know what, we're going to run with the Federalists and create a central government.
Correct.
Absolutely right.
But the states had their own central government.
Yeah. Absolutely. And guess what? There were 13 colonies.
And they were fucked up 13 different ways.
Yeah, because they had fucked up people.
Exactly. There you go. There you go.
They had fucked up people that run the central government. What are you talking
about?
There you
go. There you go. Who the fuck said they didn't? Who said they didn't? Who said they didn't? Who said they didn't?
You know what? You got it.
When did I ever say they didn't?
This whole time I was talking about state powers. Absolutely right.
And this whole time I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck what powers it is. You put the correct people in. The correct people run the government correctly. If you put the wrong people in, they're gonna run it fucked up. Doesn't matter what you do.
The more people, the less people, the larger the influence, the smaller group of people have over the larger group of people, there is less accountability, and they do corrupt shit because power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. What I was saying, my whole position to begin with,
100%
position to begin with was that you're talking about it doesn't matter if it's large or whatever. No, if you have so much influence over so many people with very few representatives, so-called, and you have an elite class that are really being represented by your government, then you get more corruption.
My government. It's the government. It's not mine.
You get less corruption. You get more corruption, less accountability. You don't get truly represented. Has been my entire position.
Sure.
My
I
position
never
is
said
the
your
less,
position was wrong.
the
I never said
less
that.
influence, the less influence one individual has over a group of people, the more accountable they are and the less corrupt they are likely to be.
Sure. Now, when did I
And
say
that's
you was
what
wrong?
my position is.
When did I say your position was wrong? I never said your position was wrong. I keep telling you, what are you even arguing with me?
These scenarios.
The scenario is that you think that you can have this one small little group with people in this day and age. You cannot at all. There is legitimately you cannot. No, you can't.
You can't.
No, you can't.
How do you know this?
Because there's only one place on the planet Earth that has that. And it's a fucking island where people who have not been fucking colonized. It's an island right now. There's only one on Earth. So you can't have it.
What island is that? You can't.
There is an, I'll pull it up.
So
I'll tell you.
You just told us that we can't do that, and then you said there was an island where they're doing that.
It's a fucking island.
Okay.
It's an island, nigga. An island. Do you know what the fuck that is? An island. They don't know other niggas exist. It's a fucking island.
I know what an island is.
Okay, then don't fucking try to patronize me like that, brother. I'm not doing that to you.
Patronize you? What? How am I patronizing you? No,
listen,
what
bro,
I'm saying is
I'm not going down that road, bro. I'm not going down that road. There's an island. There is an island that does not have it only has indigenous inhabitants. It's a fucking island. Okay. There's fucking cannibals on this motherfucker. You're telling me about even in that island, I will guarantee in that island there's a fucking government and there's some fucking chief or some shit like that dictates and runs shit on that island.
Again, what I'm saying is that
what are you saying?
The smaller, what I'm saying is the larger the government, the less lack of corruption, the more power fewer people have over a larger group of people, the less you're not represented as well as if the government or the community or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
The less accountability. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying this.
I never disagreed with you.
I
don't understand what you're talking about. I never disagreed with you. You're arguing with me for nothing. I never disagreed. Never.
You did disagree.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Let's say that if I said there's a community of 200 people that has their representative or representatives, they are more easily held accountable.
So what? I agree.
If there
I agree.
If there are other communities where they have smaller communities and you want to have any trade agreements, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that.
The only way to have trade agreements is to know what the fuck they have. That is it. You are sitting here thinking some fucking mythical, magical nigga is just going to walk around the fucking country and find out what somebody got.
You said
it doesn't fucking work that way. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I never said that. What I said is
you need somebody in between. You said you need somebody to oversee and be in charge.
No shit. No shit. Because that's what you're doing in your small community. You're overseeing and in charge.
No. I am.
Yes. You are overseeing and in charge of your small community, nigga.
No.
Then what are you? Then what are you?
You gonna let me explain it?
What are you?
I am the leader of my community. They look up to me for guidance. So I'm going to do my best for my community.
Bet.
All I got to do.
Now, how are you doing your best for your community if your community needs something and you don't know where it's at?
Can be of use to me, then I can say, hey, let me holler at you for a minute. What you got going on here?
That's called you failing. That's called you plateauing in your. That's called you failing as a leader. You're plateauing in your fucking community. Yes, that's what the fuck I said. I didn't stutter at all. You failed as a leader, nigga, because you plateaued in your community. You plateaued when other communities have somebody who they put over them to oversee a grander scheme of things to know what we all have. I still control my shit. I'm the governor of my 200. I'm the governor. I'm the mayor. Whatever I'm the representative. I control my shit. Someone above me, your job is not to control my shit. Your job is to know what other motherfuckers have so that we can have these trade agreements.
That's not government.
That's called government, nigga. It's called government.
No, it's not. You just said that they're not in charge. No, it's not. Government is fucking control, nigga.
Government is not control. Government is not control. The government that we have, the government we have today. The government we have today is control. That is not government. No, it is not. No, it is not. No, it is not. No, it ain't. You can tell yourself whatever the fuck you want. I know I got it, because no, it's not.
Hey, it's a word for a reason. You said words matter.
They do.
And the definition of words matter.
The government is not in control of me. I am control of my people. I look for the government. I pay the government to do a service for me.
Okay.
Yeah. The government works for me, like the police. They work for me.
They do.
Yeah, they're supposed to. If it's run correctly, nigga, are you fucking listening? Are you listening? No, they don't. They don't. You're right, because it ain't run fucking correctly, nigga. You ain't listening at all. You got your mind made up on what you want to made up, and you ain't moving.
Absolutely.
And that's fine. I don't care. That's fine. I'm not there.
I'm supposed to be swayed by you, nigga? Because
I don't give a fuck if you're swayed. It's an understanding. You ain't trying to understand shit.
I need an overseer.
I don't care. You don't need one.
That's what
fine. Then stay in your 200.
It's not
then stay there. Stay in your 200. No one is forcing you. Stay there.
No one said that. See,
but
what
yes, you
you're
did.
Trying to say.
No, I don't try to say nothing. I'm telling you what I'm saying. I told you. I'm not telling you you ain't got to do shit. I am telling you, if government is run correctly, then it is working for the people. It's working for us. You're telling us no government whatsoever. I'm telling you government.
I did not say
you
no
said,
government.
You said, bro, you said anarchy. You said anarchy.
I said no rulers. I said
you said anarchy. Anarchy.
I said no rulers.
Rulers. Nobody is talking about any fucking rulers. I have agreed with you like 7 times. You don't give a fuck if I agree with you at all. I have agreed with you. I have 7 times, my nigga. I have agreed with you. Every stance you made, I agree with your stance. I am telling you what government is supposed to be. I am telling you that the reason why it is fucked up is because you don't have the right people in there. You're telling me, no, get it out. No, not at all. We just do this over here.
No.
What if they what? Okay,
again, I agree with you.
Let's be very clear here. Let's be very clear. Very, very clear. I am telling my brother Freedom March, as clear as we can be, as clear as we can, the 200 people, whatever the ratio, fuck 200, just pay whatever the ratio that we believe is a good ratio to look you in your eyes and be accountable for what we do. Whatever that number is, I put 200 on it to put a value so that we can articulate it. That's why I put a 200 on it. For no other reason. It could be 2,000.
No, I know why you did it. I know.
It's simply so that we have a value to look person in the eye and make sure that we are working for you. We are accountable to work for you.
Yes.
There will always be someone whose position is to make your life better.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
So the person that is for me, Freedom March number 2 in my 200, mine, I'm working directly for my constituents right now on the ground. If you need somebody to help you plow your fields, I'm your guy. I'll go talk 100%. To these people. These people over here are not busy. Hey, 100%. These guys over here need it. Can you help them out? That's 100%. Me. Okay. 100%. Well, there's someone above me that's going to help me do my job. Hey, listen, bro, you work for me, but we voted you in. The same way I was voted in, we voted you in. My guy needs to help this guy over here. We need a tractor. We don't have any. We're tired of fucking doing this shit by ourselves. Do you know somebody who got a tractor? Yeah, this community over there got one. So I ain't got to wander around the fucking world. I go right over there to them. Hey, we got this. You got that. We can trade to get this. We can do our trade agreement. We'll give you this. Now I know exactly where you're at. I know exactly what resource you have. I don't need this nigga no more. I need him for something else. When something else comes up, I need him. Yeah, so that's what I said. So when that's government. My nigga, that's government. Let me finish and you got it. That is government. That's the government I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They work for you. That is what government is supposed to do. Supposed to work for you. So if you have to pay taxes to the government, your taxes, you know where the money goes. So now instead of me walking over a bumpy road to get to my community over there, I'm driving on a fucking paved road because the money that I'm giving is going to them to make this road. That is what I'm talking about. That's what I've been talking about from the beginning. The government is accurate. It's just the wrong people using it. It's not about the size. It's about the execution of it. Not the size at all. How it is being executed. Nothing more. It's going to work itself out. It's either going to get small or it's going to get bigger based on what we need as the people. That is what I'm saying. Not the fact that government is trash and we should get rid of it and none of that. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying you said anarchy. That's what I said. And I'm telling you, if you have, you're not going to have an anarchy in government. They're not.
No, I know that. I know that.
Okay. So what I'm saying is working accurately, not just having it, because you're 100% right. You have a government, and what happens in the government? They abuse it. That 4.9 trillion they get every year. You think that's going to us? Fuck no. Man, they're eating that shit up. These motherfuckers are lining their pockets left and right. You and I both know this. Motherfuckers is billionaires leaving Congress. They're fucked up, bro. They're not correct. We get the right people in, the government works right. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Now, so just to touch back on, you said the guy that is going around finding out what communities need.
Oh my God. Come on, dog.
No, I want to get this understanding. So that person, he's just working for those communities. He's not in charge of anything. Okay, so now
that's what the government's supposed to be. What are you talking about?
Okay, we're clear on that. So now I'm not going to quibble over semantics. So when you're talking about this government that we have in place right now today, right, where you say we don't have the right people in place.
Yes.
My position is that we don't control who gets in place. And if let's say we have control over who gets into place, there's already a system, right? When they arrive to Washington, there's already a system in place that they have to and are dictated by. They have to go by that system. And that system involves lobbying from special interest groups and corporations. They have to participate. Huh?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I
understand why you're saying this. I've never disagreed with your statement here, brother. You said it to me 3 times. I never disagreed.
No, what I'm saying is that the way the system operates today,
yep,
there is no putting the right people in place because there are larger influences and larger controls that will make sure that they don't get shit done. They want to get done.
That's not true.
Okay,
because
so that's where we have a disparity of ideas.
The people that get into position, the ones that are in position, are bought and paid for. Those people are bought and paid for.
Very true.
So when they go to those positions, it is not like they don't know what they're getting into. They already know. It is not like I get there and someone briefs me and now I can't do what I got to do. No, you knew what you was going to do before then. You're already lobbied and paid for. The people that put you in and told you what you was doing. The people that put the money in your campaign to get you there told you what you was doing. You already know. Mm-hmm. You are going right back to my point. You put people in there that don't gotta be on that. The only thing that gets these people into that is money. The lobbies and the PACs fund them. Well, if the people are the ones that put him there, not the lobbies, then I'm not beholden to what they say. Well, you absolutely can do it.
I disagree.
Yes, you can.
Now, I disagree. Because
so how am I beholden to it? How am I beholden to it? Please tell me.
Because once you get in there, you have to operate by their system. You have
Says
to go
who?
by the
why?
why do that's in place. The Constitution.
I don't have to follow. No, I don't have to follow.
You're not going to get shit done. You're not going to get done. You're going to get censored. They're going to put you out.
All right.
They're going to primary you.
Well, guess what happens? Well, guess what happens? Guess what?
No. Listen, you think it works that way? I don't. That's simply how it is.
You're saying someone's going to primary you. You're saying it's going to primary you. The problem with that statement is you didn't listen to what I said. Because what I said is you have somebody in there for a year. You make them vote every single year. Every single year. You force it every single year.
Force it how?
You vote every single year.
So you think vote? Okay, yeah, that's okay. Well, I mean, it is what it is.
Yes. How else?
So changing the frequency of the vote, that's going to make it happen.
Well, if you change the frequency of the vote, the people that you said so-called will get primaried won't be there to primary you.
and then they're just going to install. Listen, they're going to install
If
people. They're
you
going
ins-
to put people in
if
front of
you
you.
put brother,
They're going to
you
install
ain't
people, or they're
listening.
going to
You ain't
influence.
listening at all. Oh my God, bro! I
Yeah, because
just said
I don't
you're
agree
not.
with the
No,
system
no,
that you're
you're
talking about.
stuck, nigga. You're stubborn.
No,
You're
I'm not stuck.
stuck. You're
Stuck
stuck.
how?
Because
How am
I
I
just
stuck?
told you if the people that get into office, the ones don't take the PAC money, don't do this, you put the correct people in, guess what happens? A dirty cup of water keeps getting filled up with clean water until all the dirt's out. That's what happens. But you're not listening at all. You're just skating right past that.
No. I'm listening. I'm thinking it just doesn't work like that. Because
it doesn't
you
work.
can't.
It doesn't.
How
Right
do you
now,
change the frequency of the vote? How do you change the frequency of the vote?
Brother. Did I ever say that the government right now is working correctly? Or did I say multiple times that if you put the right people in, it will work correctly?
And I'm saying, because we're going at this ad nauseum, and I'm saying that the system as it exists today, it's in place. So that means for it to work the way you want it to, you have to have people go within government and as it operates today to try to make these changes. I'm saying that it does not work like that when the system is in place. I'm saying that you have to completely make drastic changes to the system for that to work. Because
I didn't agree. I didn't
disagree.
disagree.
The frequency of the vote.
Who disagreed with you?
The frequency of the vote.
What? You're telling me something
it's based on the amendments. It's in the Constitution. You have to make a proposal. You got to get a convention of states to make these changes. What I'm saying is that the way the system is today, you have to put the right people in place, right?
You don't have to change. You don't have to change the frequency until you get all the people in place to change the frequency.
Right. And what I'm saying, okay, I agree with you on that. Yes, you have to put the right people in place.
So if you start by habitually putting the right people in place. If they're taking PAC money, get them the fuck out of here. Any PAC money. Any. The only people that should be voted in by the people are the people who are getting their funding from us, directly from us. The people who are working directly with us. The people who are doing town hall meetings, speaking directly to the people. Directly to the people. The people that we are holding accountable for the things that they're saying or that they'll do because we are telling them what we want them to do.
Right. And
so those are the only people we vote in. It is us. Right. It starts with us. If we put in because of Democrat or Republican and we like and feel comfortable about it and we put that motherfucker in, well, guess what? Man. We reap what we sow. And guess what? Nothing's going to change. But if we don't look at a motherfucker as a Democrat or Republican, we look at a motherfucker and say, well, I don't give a fuck what's your value. What are you doing? What are we doing? No, what and you're taking APAC money? Sorry. Oh, you're taking lobbying money? Sorry. If you're taking because that means you work for them and not me. You taking APAC, lobbying, and all this shit, you taking all them funds? Yeah, your words don't mean nothing to me. They sound good. They don't mean nothing to me. Because I'm not giving you $2 million for your fund. They are. Yeah. You work for them. So anybody doing that, you're not in here. Anybody. Right. You start there. That is the start to fixing it right there. Well, you will weed out a lot of motherfuckers. Now, I get it. When you get in there, APAC will be going at them again. A lot of money bouncing around there. I know this. I know. A lot of money bouncing around. Once you get in that position of power, a lot of money bouncing around. A lot. Right. A lot bouncing around. So I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight. I'm saying it starts with us by the vote. Yes. And because once we get the right people in, then we can start making those moves and transitions and shit like that. We can start terming out fucking what's the SCOTUS Supreme Court, giving them term limits, making motherfuckers vote them in again every fucking 4 years like a president. The These opposite. But you got to get the right people in first, bro. You can't just say nothing and nobody. You got to get them in there.
Right. And
let me ask you one question before you cook.
Okay.
If we voted you in, would you be able to move past all that money thrown in your face and do the right thing for the people?
I would not take the money.
Then it seems like then it seems like there's some right people to vote the fuck in there.
Right.
Okay, then.
Okay, so you're gonna let me? Okay, can I expound on that?
Expound all you want. I just wanted to make sure that we got some clarity that you just said you wouldn't take the money. So then I guess we're on the same page. Then there's a right motherfuckers to put in there. So go ahead.
There are right motherfuckers to put in there. I didn't say there weren't right motherfuckers. I'm saying the system as it operates today, those right motherfuckers will not get very far because I don't only have to contend with the PACs that are throwing money at me. I have to contend with the existing people within Congress, within Senate, that are going to shut me out. I have to convince a number of these people that are getting paid by this PAC, that are getting paid by the big banks, that are getting paid by the special interest groups. I have to convince them to stop taking money.
I disagree.
No, because you have to contend with them. Or you wait for another motherfucker that they put in the right place. But then you have to trust that every person you think is going to do the right thing aren't going to take that money, or they're not going to be threatened by assassination, or their families aren't going to be threatened, or they're not going to be told to get.
Should I trust
you? Absolutely not.
So if you get in and you're telling me you wouldn't take it, I shouldn't trust you. Then I guess I shouldn't.
I can tell you all day that I won't take it, but
okay, then I should trust you. Then I should trust you.
No, I don't think you should trust me because I'm trying to go about not simply because I'm untrustworthy.
But let me
explain that. Let me explain it. I'm not saying not because. So look, let's say I put you in there, and I trust you to try to get what you need to get done. That does not mean that I trust that you can make it happen.
Sure.
Whether you want to or not. I'm not saying that. I can't read your mind. I know the type of cat you are. I know you have integrity. I know you got integrity. And you demonstrated that when you got that email that offered you that bread, and you could have easily went in on Deontay Wilder.
Yes.
So I trust you more than you should trust me because I haven't demonstrated that to you yet. So I would have more trust in someone like you. Yes, that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying let's not try to do whatever.
And vice versa.
I'm saying we have to contend. We have to contend with the system that has been entrenched for over 200 years.
More than that.
Deal with people that deal with people. Yeah. Well, I'm saying because of the Constitution.
Yes.
The Constitution has the place. What I'm saying is there are people that have tried. They may have tried it. They might try to do these things, and they get shut out. They get like Rand Paul. I don't know Rand Paul from a can of paint.
Yes.
Right. Rand Paul. He's my favorite politician.
I know. You gotta explain him. I know.
And so, but Rand Paul, like his son, I mean, they can only get so much done, but eventually they have to work with the system.
Yes.
In order to stay in place. And guess what? They leave and it goes right back and nothing really changes. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all on the concept. What I'm telling you is if you get voted in and you know that I'm a good person just like you, then while you're in, you help me get voted in. And I know another Freedom March that's just like me, and I help that one get voted in. And the chain keeps going. What the problem is, the current system doesn't do that.
Right.
I know this. I'm not disagreeing with you. I never disagreed.
I will say this, BF. If we can make it work like you're saying, and we have a government that can serve that many people, right? And you, like you said, you make the government bigger by creating more representation for the people.
It's more accountability.
But in the people, more accountability, right? People are better represented. They get more of what they want. If they want to buy some land and not pay, and they pay the land off, they're not getting property taxes, and there's no eminent domain and shit like that. If we
that's called government overreach.
Right. I would enjoy that a lot better than the system we got in place now. I will say that.
Do you know why the system we have in place now is fucked up? Because the people run it fucked up.
That's and what I'm saying is, not only, and I'm saying, okay, let's put the right people in.
Yes.
But even if they're the right people, how can they, and we stick with the same number of representatives?
We don't have to. We can go less or more.
That's what I'm saying. So at least spread the influence amongst the smaller groups of people, so that they're better represented. And if they get out of pocket and get out of line, we can remove them. We ain't got a
Sure.
primary, motherfucker.
Sure.
We remove them and we make
Yes.
sure, look, man, I can agree
Yes.
with that. But that's not the,
Yes.
what
Yes.
I'm saying is,
Yes.
that's a completely different system. What I'm saying is, I
It's
like
not.
that better.
It's not a completely different
It's not.
system. The people
It
that are in
is.
place right now don't want that system. They
Right,
made the
but
system that we have right now.
Right. But
they can literally go back. They can literally go back to these type of things. They can literally get on these, bro. Like how you know how you say people primary them and shit like that, right?
yes,
Bro. When people are primarying them and shit, like, bro, they go to the people. They go to the people
yes,
for this type of
because
shit. The
well,
people,
see,
the people,
then
and
we're getting into conspiracy theories where I don't.
I feel you.
Where
I feel
feel
you on
like
all
that's
that.
a
I'm
dog
not
and
doing
pony
that.
show
I'm
and it's
not on
bullshit.
none of that, bro.
Yeah.
I'm
And
on
that's
it working.
and that's why
I'm on it working how it's supposed to work. That's what I'm telling you. That is my point from the beginning.
Yeah.
My point.
And I
and
don't think
the only way for it to work how it's supposed to work is to put people in a position that want it to work the way it's supposed to work, i.e., freedom march.
Yeah.
So if you can sit right here and tell your brother that you will go into there and you will go right with the status quo and fuck up like everybody else, then why are we having this conversation? Because if you will not do that, then you are one of the right people. So then you are on my side when I say if you put the right people in there, then it'll work the correct way.
But you don't know what they're going to do until they get in place.
No crap.
Until you put them, that's what I'm saying. So
that's why you vote them
and
out.
you have to put them in position in the existing system.
Do you understand if you primary me, that all that means is I'm going up against somebody else in the same party?
In the same party, yes. I do
so
know
if you primary me and I have looked in the eyes of that 200 motherfuckers and they know I'm the shit for them, I ain't going nowhere. Then I ain't going nowhere.
Well, you do. You got to go to Washington. You got to leave them. You got to go to Washington. You got duties to perform.
I will do my duties. I will do my duties. I will do my duties to them, to my people. But getting primary,
if you go to Washington, D.C.
Bro, you ain't gotta sit in politicians. Don't gotta sit in Washington. They do that because they want to.
They don't.
They do that because they want to. They have offices there, but they don't gotta stay there.
No, they don't stay there, but they do have to come
together.
They
don't have to be. Yeah, of course, they got to come together. How the fuck? How am I going to tell you what resources I got?
When they come together, right? There are certain things they have to contend with, and that's all I'm saying. What I'm saying
to contend with it because of the people that are there, because the wrong people are there. That's why they have to contend with it. If the wrong people weren't there, they would not have to contend with it. If the wrong people weren't there.
Well,
that's what I've been saying from the beginning.
Right. And what I'm saying is, I agree with you. You put the right people in place, they will do the right things. But in the system that is there, you don't just have those people.
No, you don't.
You have two other branches to contend with. You got the legislative branch, you got the judicial branch, and the executive branch.
Sure.
The executive branch has all the enforcers within it.
Sure.
They have the enforcers. They have control over all the enforcement of the
legislative branch. But the legislative branch puts the enforcers in place.
No, they put the leaders of the enforcement arms in place.
Yes. No, yes. So they put the enforcers in place.
Once they're in place, there ain't shit they can do about it.
Sure.
Like the president of the United States, he is essentially the top cop of the United States. He is the leader of the enforcement arm of the government.
Yes.
The Congress had nothing to do with that. Right? Outside of they had you got the electoral college. That kind of it kind of does make it, but those are state level Congress.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's kind of convoluted.
And I said that in the very beginning. I said it in the very beginning.
Yes,
if you get rid of the electoral college, then you have a majority vote president. That's what I said in the very, very beginning.
All I'm saying is that
putting in the right people.
There are influences that really have the representation of the government.
I agree.
And that's because
they don't have freedom march. They don't have freedom march there. Who is not able to be influenced by the system.
Right.
Yeah, if you have more freedom marches into the government who are not influenced by the system will have to do one of two things: change or die. The only two things they can do.
Or they just take you out. They put a bullet through your brain. They
Change
blow
or
your head
die.
off.
Well, if they blow your head off, then somebody else goes in there.
Yeah, and they blow their head off. What I'm saying is, they play games, bro. They play games, man. These people play games. They play games. They
Listen,
have.
bro,
They can declare.
Nobody's saying that they don't play games. Nobody's saying any of that.
Huh?
Nobody's saying none of that. No one's saying that at all.
I don't.
What you are saying is
I'm
that
just saying
there is absolutely no way possible, and I'm telling you there is. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, but that's what you've been saying.
We just have a different route. We got a different way to get there. We have a different way to get there. That's all.
Bro, you didn't give me a different route. You didn't give me a different route. You said you told me what it is for you, and that's it. You didn't tell me about.
No. I gave you a different route, but if you don't want to acknowledge it, that's fine. What I'm saying is, you have a way that you want to do it. That's it. I don't agree with your way. I mean, that's it. I don't think it works like that. I don't agree.
My way absolutely works, 100%. And I never said your way. I never said your way doesn't work.
You think you're the first person to think about this the way that you
I
want to.
Never said I am the first person to think about it.
Yeah. So what I'm saying
never
is,
said that.
I don't think your way works. You think your way works.
Well, if your way works, then your way. If your way works, your way would be in existence.
And if your way works, it would be in existence as well.
My way is in existence.
It's not.
It is. It is.
It's not.
Or then who are the people? Then who are the people that got their head blown off?
Huh?
You said, or else they'll blow your head off.
I said that's one way they can deal with you.
Okay, so why deal with you if my way doesn't work?
What? Wait,
why deal with you if my way doesn't work? Somebody knows my way works, which is why they apparently deal with you. That because they know my way works. So why deal with me then? So why deal with me? So why deal with me if my way doesn't work? Why deal with me? Because it works. Because it works.
No.
Yes. That's why you deal with me.
No.
Then why deal with me then? Why don't just leave me the fuck alone? If my way don't work, leave me the fuck alone then. Why deal with me?
As a person trying to go into government and make changes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you again. Why deal with me if my way doesn't work? Leave me alone. You got your lobbies and your APACs and your PACs. You got all that shit. Why you worry about me if my way don't work? Leave me alone. Go your way. Why worry about me? Because it does work. That's why. And the people that got rid of me know it worked. And that's why they got rid of me. Because my way does work. Or else you wouldn't give a fuck about me. See, your way doesn't work, or else your way would exist somewhere. It doesn't. That's why.
Where does your way exist? Where does your way exist?
Once again, if my way didn't exist, why would you blow someone's head off? Why would you deal with me? Why would you primary me? Why would you have to do these things if my way didn't work?
Because if you resist the status quo and you start to try to rock the boat, regardless of what your way is, and you have put yourself in the position to try to convince people to make change, then yeah, they're going to take you out, no matter what your way is. It doesn't like
that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
You're going against
the status quo. Sense. If I'm going against the status quo, I'm going against the status quo for the right way.
For the right way you believe works.
Okay, for the right way that I believe works. So if I'm going for the right way that I believe works, and the people that voted me in, and the people that voted me in say it works too. That's why they voted me in. So you get rid of me. They get okay. So if they believe it's the right way, if they believe it's the right way, and I believe it's the right way, and I get in and they take me out, well, I guess they believe it's the right way too. That's why they took me out.
No, that's not how that works.
No, that's how it doesn't work for you.
You resisting the status quo.
I'm resisting the status quo for it to work the way that I believe it works.
Because people that have tried to do things against the system in a different way than you have been taken out.
They've been taken out doesn't mean for doing it a way that they believe is the right way.
Right, exactly.
Because the people that put them in position believed it was the right way too.
It's about belief, just like my way.
The people that put it, there is nobody. There is nobody that has been taken out for doing it your way. Nobody.
How do you know that?
Well, where are they at?
They're dead if they try to do it and they tried to make a change in a direction that goes
Really?
against what they want.
Really?
Yes.
So who knew they was trying to make a change to make them dead? Because you're just making shit up now.
I'm making shit.
Yes.
So now you're gonna insult my intelligence.
No, I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm telling you what you just did.
I'm making
No, I
stuff
didn't.
up. For
Because if
what?
I
Why
was
would I
telling your
make things
intelligence,
up?
you could tell me who did it.
Why would I make it up?
Then why couldn't you tell me who they were then? Because you're telling me that
Malcolm
I could tell you JFK.
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X did what? Malcolm X did what? What did he do? Because the last
He
I
went
checked,
against the status quo.
Malcolm X, when he went to Mecca, when Malcolm X came back from Mecca, he separated from them, and he was saying that all white people are not bad.
Right.
So,
he tried to go against the narrative that they were pushing.
What
independent thought?
What government was pushing his narrative? What government was pushing that narrative?
What narrative?
The narrative that he went against.
The United States government.
When he came back from Mecca, he was not pushing against American network. He was basically saying that all of us are pretty much.
They didn't like that.
Yeah,
yes, that's not what they wanted.
Muslims.
That's not what they wanted.
He got killed by Muslims. Bro.
That's not, huh?
He got killed by black Muslims.
Okay, yeah, sure. He got killed by black Muslims that were recruited by the FBI.
Okay, sure.
So
I'm not saying they weren't, but what I'm saying is, if he got killed by black Muslims that were recruited by the FBI, why didn't he get killed by black Muslims that were recruited by the FBI before he came back and changed his stance?
Because he was going against the status quo. He was going
his stance in status quo. His stance in status quo was basically what you're claiming it should be before he came back from that.
No,
before he came back.
What he was pushing for, he was exposing, right? He was trying to say that he was trying to create this division. He was trying to perpetuate the division amongst race. That's what he was trying to do. What I'm talking about, excuse me, can I finish?
You brought up Malcolm.
Can I finish?
I didn't bring up Malcolm. You brought up Malcolm.
Yeah.
He didn't.
So let me expound on my explanation of Malcolm.
Before he went to.
So you're going to tell me I brought up Malcolm, but you're not going to explain my. Let me explain my.
You just said what your position was. You just said.
No, I did not.
Race. You said race.
No, that's not my position. What?
So what's your position?
Okay. First of all, I have an understanding as to why. And
I'm listening.
I understand the events.
Okay,
what I'm saying is, when he came back and he started to push this thing about they're not our enemy, this, that, and the third. The real enemy is this, that, and the third. That's when they took him out. I understand why he was taken out. I'm saying what they wanted him to perpetuate was what he was perpetuating before he went to Mecca. That's what I'm saying.
Then why? So how is that? How is that to you? How's that to your point though? That's against your point.
No, my point is that the real enemy, right, are the government rulers, right, that we need to break free from. That's my position.
Okay.
When did I disagree?
And when have I ever, in the 3 hours that we've been talking about this, when have I ever disagreed with that?
You told me to give you an example of someone that had my position that, it is what it is, man. And that's why
had your position of creating a small community and not having any government.
What I'm saying is,
when did
to
Malcolm
understand
X
who the real enemy is, to understand in order to break free of the change, you have to know who the master is. You have to break the chains. You have to break the chains.
But we know who they are.
So what he did was, he was going against the divisive language and the divisive rhetoric that he was pushing before, which had people focusing on each other down here in the proletariat class. When he went to Mecca, he had a change of ideology.
I know.
Where he looked up to where he really should be looking up to, where it's not about left or right, black or white. It's about that central thing up there is the problem.
He was doing that before he left.
Yes, but
so
he was more focused on Democrat. He was focused on no. He was focused on Democrat this, Republican that, black, white. No,
that's still them. That's still them.
That's what they push. Okay, that is what they present to you. They present you these two different branches of government. They present you these two different parties that work towards the same goal.
Yes, I know. Yes.
So when he came back, he had less focus on what they were putting in front of us and more focus on them, which he really wanted the people to break free from. And that's what I'm pushing first and foremost.
Okay, bro. Okay. Well, listen, this is what we'll do on that. We will agree to disagree on Malcolm X. We will agree to disagree on Malcolm.
Right.
We will agree to disagree there. But
I'm over here lifting weights, by the way, just if you hear me.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Get it in. It's all good. Get it in. We on Malcolm, we will agree to distree on Malcolm.
Okay, that's cool. I'm cool
because
with that.
I do not agree on that statement at all. He kept from my research, and my little brother is. I'll speak to him after this because that is his whole. Right. From my research, that he never changed his stance on the government before or after. Right. All he changed his stance on was between black and white before. Right. That's all he changed his stance. Like I said, we will agree to disagree on Malcolm, right? Because that's a whole different
story. I agree that he was focused on government. I agree with that.
So then it's not the same.
He had more of a hard line. It was more focused on left versus right. He was always crapping on Democrats and all this other stuff.
He didn't change that though. He didn't change that.
And he was also focused on the racial components. When he came back,
he didn't change that neither.
I'm saying he did. What?
He didn't change. No, he did not change. He still had his stance. Okay. He just didn't believe it was as harsh as what it was before.
So he changed his position.
He didn't change his. He still believed in black people.
Okay, so he adjusted. He adjusted his
position. Yes. He didn't change it. He adjusted what it was from what it was to there. So, like I said, we can agree, disagree on Malcolm.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool.
And that's fine. But that's not a good example of the
disagree.
We was at. We can agree, disagree on that. That's fine. It's not to me. Because a good example is something cut and dry. That's not cut and dry at all. So we would have to agree on the concept of what Malcolm was doing before we can agree or disagree on what it was after the fact. What is it was? We would have to agree with Malcolm's stance first before we can agree afterwards. So if we already are agreeing to disagree on Malcolm, then you cannot go at me when I'm telling you I don't believe your stance when it came to Malcolm and his. I don't agree. Okay. So we've already disagree. So we can move past Malcolm. So if there's not somebody else that we can talk about, then that's a whole different story, right? So Malcolm is not in it. For me, I don't agree at all what you just said. And that's fine, right? That's fine.
Yeah, that is fine, because what I do know about Malcolm is he wanted independence and sovereignty from the government. I do know that. He did not want government ruling over him. So
sure,
that's exactly what I want. So as the government as it existed then, as it exists today. That's all I'm saying. So we can move past Malcolm.
It is not the same government then to now.
It's the same system. It's the same system. It hasn't changed, bro. Like a lot of the way the government operates is locked in the Constitution. It's not. It has not.
It absolutely has changed, 100%. And it has. And some things have changed for the better, and some things have changed for the worse. It absolutely has changed. There was no Affordable Care Act.
So you think the Affordable Care Act is good? I don't. So that's where we have another.
What's wrong with it? What's wrong?
I'm not going to go into that, bro. I'm not going into that.
The concept.
I just don't agree.
That's fine. You don't have to agree. The concept of giving somebody healthcare that I pay for already, and you're giving me healthcare I pay for, I agree with that. 100% agree with that. I agree with universal healthcare 100%. I'm already paying for it. If you're telling me that they're already taking the money, so you're telling me the system that we live in already exists, so they're already taking my money. And if I don't give them my money, I'm going to jail. And you're telling me that you don't agree with getting health care from the money that I'm already getting taken from. I definitely have no idea what you're talking about.
That's cool. You don't have to.
I don't.
I don't.
So just take money from me and I get nothing back from it? Yeah, all right. Well, rock on with
it. That's another. See, the fact that the government is taking our money and allocating as they see fit is a problem in and of itself.
You just said that's what the system is.
Huh?
Right? You just said we are stuck. This is what the system is right now. You just said this.
I said that the system. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't. The bottom line is I don't agree with universal health care. Point blank, period.
Well, so if you don't agree with universal health care,
nope.
Then what health care do you agree with?
I agree with private healthcare where you pay for what you get. You pay for what you get. And the problem is we don't have truly private healthcare right now. So
Wow.
we have kind of like
so you pay for what you
a
get.
mix.
So
We
if
have
it's
a mix.
private healthcare and you pay for
Man.
what you get, I can make it whatever cost I want to make it, and you got to pay for that.
You don't think that's going to have an effect if we have universal healthcare? You don't think that's going to? You don't think they can make those adjustments and do that very same thing?
If you put the right people into play, then the universal healthcare would be what it should be.
Okay.
If you put the right people into play, which is what I said from the very beginning, and I've been saying now for 2 hours. If I put Freedom March into play, Freedom March will not shit on me with universal healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you put the right people into play, then universal healthcare will work perfectly, or maybe
Right
not
people.
perfectly, but very close to it.
No, it won't. But
wow.
So
you'll fuck it up. So if I put you into play, you'll fuck it up.
Hey, that's a choice you have to make.
I'm going to ask you again. If I put Freedom March into play, you're telling me you will fuck it up. Then you're not the right person to go in there then. Then you're not the right person.
I guess not, because I don't agree with universal healthcare.
Okay, then you're not the right person. That's why you put the right people in there.
I don't want to be the person that controls what people get and don't get. I don't want to be that person.
There is nobody controlling what people get and don't
get.
There is nobody controlling what people get and don't get. That is not what universal healthcare is supposed to do. Universal healthcare. Okay, yeah. Well, if you put the right people in there, then it will be what it's supposed to be.
And what's that?
What universal healthcare is.
Free healthcare for everybody.
We take your taxes. We tax you. Your taxes pay for universal healthcare. They pay for upkeep of the road. They pay for what they're supposed to pay for.
Okay.
That's what universal. And when we tax you that $4.9 trillion, we take the money, the $4.9 trillion that we have, and we pay. And if you guys are sick, if you got whatever you are, your healthcare is paid for. Right. You go to the doctor and you get whatever that is taken care of. Some of you will need more, some of you will need less. But I have $1.53 trillion, which is what it will cost for universal health care.
Okay.
I take out $4.9 trillion a year. I got $1.53 trillion. I can absolutely take care of universal health care. And if I and not only focusing on not just universal health care, but also the things that keep you healthy in the first place, well, then guess what happens to the extra funds to take care of that $1.53 trillion? It drops down to the billions, and then it drops down even lower because there's more people who are healthier. So you don't need to go to the damn doctor.
Okay.
But that's a whole different story.
Yeah, that is a whole different story.
If you put niggas into place, if you put them in place, then guess what? You ain't got to worry about that because they'll do what they're supposed to do. You're too focused on what it is right now and not focused on what it should be.
No, there you go insulting my intelligence again. Like, I don't know what universal
That's what you've been doing, though. I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm saying what you've been doing.
You're presenting this to me like I don't know what universal health care is.
Okay, if you don't,
versus what we have now.
If you said you do, then what is it that you don't? You said you agree with primary health care. I'm going to go there and get it when I need it. Go in there and get it when you need it. That means that me, as this is my clinic, I can make it whatever the fuck I want to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, guess what? The state over there, you don't know that state over there has fucking
cheap. They're going to do that with universal health care?
If it's universal and ran, bro, are we going in fucking circles here? If it's ran by the right people, that means somebody is controlling this.
Yeah, we are going in circles.
We are, because you ain't listening. Because if somebody is controlling it, if somebody is controlling what it should be,
when I disagree with you, I don't listen.
If you put the right,
that's your position.
But you're not, brother. Because if you put the right person in there that is controlling what they are across the board, then it doesn't matter where you go. It's the same cost. Nothing. Because you already paid for it in your taxes. It's already paid for. Doesn't matter where you go. It's already paid.
Okay. Yep, that's true. It's already paid for.
Yes.
So, with these right people in place, that it's supposed to be in place before this universal health care comes, right? That's what's supposed to happen, right?
Doesn't matter if you're there before or if they get put after. If they get put after, they can fix it to what it should be. If they're there before, whatever it is what it is. We don't
Okay.
got that right now. We don't have universal health care at all.
No, we don't. And we don't have the, even if, let's say we had universal health care, are the right people in place? Right?
Jesus Christ, brother.
The right people aren't in place, right? To ensure that there is not impropriety going on with the system.
This is absolutely insane.
You believe in
listen, bro, I got it, bro. I got you. There, first off, you don't give a damn about anything different. You don't care. You're stuck in what you're stuck in, and that's fine.
But I just told you I don't agree with universal health care. What do you think was going to happen?
Nothing.
When you explain these things.
Nothing. You don't have to agree with anything.
To arrive where I want to arrive at, you have to take certain steps. To arrive where you want to arrive at, you have to take certain steps.
Well, you ain't trying to take no steps. So there is no. There's really. I don't even. I really. Since you're not trying to take no step. You're not trying to compromise with nothing. You're nothing. You got your stance, and that's fine. But the problem is with your stance is you're not living in it. That's the problem.
And neither are you.
No, I'm not. But
you're not living in universal health care.
The thing with mine is, the thing with my stance is, I know that if we vote in the right people, then we can get to that. The thing with your stance is it will never happen. That's the thing with your stance.
No, what I said was,
it will never happen. Your stance,
the way the system exists today, the way the system exists today, you have to operate within that system.
Yeah.
And you have to put the right people in place.
Sounds to me like complaining.
Complaining now.
Yes, sir. That's what it sounds like.
I'm expressing realities to you. These people
now, what are you doing about
the government to
what are you doing
these
about
right people? They have to come into place in the existing system. How is that a complaint?
Sure. What are you doing about it? Are you voting in the right people? Are you trying to?
Man,
I'm asking. Because right now it doesn't sound like my brother is doing anything.
You clearly don't watch my channel, and
I'm asking you, are you
doing something to you means voting, and that's not what I think it means.
So what does it mean? So what does doing something mean to you?
Man, I'm not even going to explain it on here. But
why not? I'll go to your page if you want to explain it. I'll go to your page.
Because that's going to go down a whole nother road that is going to take me. It's a whole nother route that we're going to go down, where
I would love
it's going to be more and more of these going back and forth, right?
Well, isn't that what's
we're not arriving at a place where?
Well, what is the place
you know what place we arrived at? The place that we arrived at that I think is a good place is when you said that we had better representation of the people's needs,
right,
being met,
right,
and that is the place that we are at. We agree with that. We agree that the system is corrupt as it exists today.
I agree the system is not correct, my brother, but that's not what you want. You're talking about.
No, I don't.
No.
We agree that the system is corrupt.
Well, when did I ever say it wasn't corrupt?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you where we have a convergence of ideas. The convergence of ideas that we have is that the system is corrupt. The other convergence of ideas that we have is that you need the right people to truly represent the number of people that they represent that are going to be held accountable.
Okay, right? But then that goes against your stance of small government.
No, it doesn't. What? No, it doesn't.
How do you have what is that? So what you said, there's one person for too many people.
I said right now, there are too few people in the elite class position that rule over a large group of people. That's what I said. I said,
but you went back to something that we already agreed shouldn't be. We already agreed that there shouldn't be a ruling class. The system as it is okay. So why did you go back to that? I'm on what you said.
That's what I'm telling you what we agree with. I'm telling you what we agree with.
We already agree. We don't got to keep saying what we agree on. We already.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying that I don't have a way or this, that, and the third, and then I don't want to get into voting and all this other stuff because
that's not what
a whole nother ball of wax. All I'm saying is,
bro, I wrote down what you said, bro. I repeated what you said about how we have too many people that in their House of Representatives, right? There's not. You said there's not enough people. The first thing you said is there's not enough people that can look people in the eyes to hold them accountable, right? Because there's too many people We have too many people, and they're represented by too few. So they can't look them in the eyes. Well,
it goes beyond just looking them in the eyes, but there's
sure,
also
but I understand the concept. You're holding them accountable.
Yeah.
The opposite of that is to have more representatives to held accountable. That's the opposite, is it not?
Where we don't agree is that they don't have to come together and form a central government.
Time out, brother. Billy, please time out. Because you're moving past this. Let's stick right. That's what you said, brother. You said there's way too many people being represented by too few. That's what you said. So the opposite is to get more people accountable for those people. Isn't that the opposite?
No, I'm saying that we need fewer. We need a representative needs to have fewer people to represent. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
and
if you are only representing fewer people, then you need more people in that area. If the community holds 10,000 people, then you need more representatives.
Yes.
So how is it smaller government then? How is it smaller? That's bigger.
Bro. So what I'm saying is that community of the 10,000 people, or now you're growing it to 10,000 people. What I'm saying is the fewer representatives there are for a given number of people, the better it is, right? You're saying,
okay, I agree.
You're and let me help me understand if I'm saying this right. You think that those representatives should come together and form a central government that dictates what happens in those communities.
When did I ever say that?
That's why I asked the question.
But I said multiple times this already. This is why I said, my brother, you wasn't listening to me. Multiple times I said this. But my brother, if you were, you wouldn't have said that to me. I never said they dictate anything. I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. Never one time.
You said that you want to put the right people in place in the government we have today.
I said the government works for us. And then I gave you an example like the police, and you said, but they don't. And I said, yeah, they don't because the right people ain't in place. This is why I said my brother is not listening to me.
No, I ain't listening.
But you not, my brother, because you wouldn't have said that to me.
No. What? Because you are saying that we have to put the right people in place.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying.
We have right now.
And
the problem with that is that particular government is designed, right, to have supremacy over every community.
Sure.
The supremacy clause is in the Constitution.
And if you put the right people in place, then the right people will change it
from what it is now. It will not exist as it does today.
Bro.
That's all I'm saying.
Listen, bro, you
have to change.
You're not trying. Listen, bro. Yes, the system is corrupt. The problem with talking about this type of thing with my brother is that my brother doesn't give a fuck about nothing. My brother just says it's fucked up, and that's just that.
That's not true.
But that's what it sounds like. That's what you've been doing, though.
No.
You said and I just gave you an example, and you just moved straight past it. I just said to you, bro, if you said what you did say, if we're talking about what we are right now as a people today, there's 340 million people in America.
Yes.
You said to me that there is too many people being represented by too few because of the accountability of looking them in the eyes. So that one person that is representing like 50, 60,000 people is not good because there's no accountability to that one person. That's what you said.
That's part of what I said, but yes.
Okay, that's part of what you said, yes. And my part was, okay, then that goes against smaller government. Because as it is today, if your stance is one representative and taking a county that has 70,000 people in it is not good because there's no accountability eye to eye with that one representative. There's too many people for that one, which means there should be more representatives for that 70,000, which means the government then becomes bigger.
See, this is where I'm saying you're misrepresenting what I'm saying to prove your argument.
I have no argument here. I'm just telling you that the right people are in the right people are not in position.
You told me what my position was, and you changed it.
People are not in position is my argument. That has been my argument from the beginning. That is all it is. You are now telling me something different again.
No, I'm not telling you anything different.
Okay, so what about what I just said is small government? Because you said you want small government. So what about what you said you wanted, which is less people to one representative? There's 340 million people.
Yeah, I'm good.
If there's 340 million people and you have less people to one representative, that means you have more representatives. So how is more representatives a smaller government? You still have not answered that yet.
Because you're completely misrepresenting what I'm saying. 100%.
Then what am I misrepresenting?
You're talking about a central government.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Then
how is it a bigger government if these individual communities have their own system and their own representation?
Just said no. That's
Those
not what you said to me. That is not what you
individual government.
You did not say it to me. I wrote it down. You did not say that to me. You said there is too many representatives. You said there's too many representatives.
I said there's too many representatives.
You said there's too many representatives, and then you said there is too many people in these communities for one representative. That's what you said. And you said you want smaller government.
Listen,
that's what you said.
What I also said, right? Because you're drawing conclusions.
I'm not drawing anything. No, I'm not. I asked you a question and you can't answer it.
No, I can't. You're not letting me answer it because you're jumping in and you telling me what I'm saying when I'm not saying it.
No, that's what you said. I wrote it down. Because that's not what you said. That is exactly what you said. I wrote it down.
I also said that.
So now you also said it. Now you also said it. Means you said it.
Also said that you're
skating over. You also said something else. That means you said that too.
What? No, because I'm not. What you're talking about are these communities and these representatives working.
No, that's what you said to me. I didn't bring that up. I didn't bring that up.
Just because I said, listen. Just because I said there are too few people representing too large of a group of people, I'm not saying create more representatives in that same system.
What are you saying?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
what are you saying?
What I'm saying, that's not what I said at all.
That is what you said.
No, it's not. What I said was
that is verbatim what you said, and you repeated verbatim what you said.
Didn't I mention sovereign nation? Didn't I mention sovereign communities and sovereign individuals?
So if
you know what sovereign means? Sovereign means that you have control over what you have control over.
So if you also
mention sovereignty,
okay, I'll say it again. If you also mention sovereign community, if you also mention it, then that means you mentioned what you said before when you said you didn't say that. You did.
What I said was, just because I said there are too few people.
Then you said it. Then you said it.
What you're saying is,
you said it.
We create more representatives. No. What I said was, if I said we have too many people being represented by too few people.
Yes.
And you're trying to say that I'm saying.
And you said you didn't say that.
Then you're trying to say that I'm saying that we need more representatives within the same system to represent the people. That's not what I'm saying.
What I said to you,
say that.
I did. Well, what I said to you is exactly what you said and exactly what you just said again.
When did I say that we need more representatives in the central government to control all the communities? When did I say
Who the fuck said you said that?
You said
I never said that. I never said it one time. I never said it one time.
The conclusion you drew.
I didn't draw.
What I said was that I'm saying we need more representatives.
I never said that. Never.
So what are you talking about? What are you getting?
Well, the problem is you don't listen, or else you would know.
You don't listen. You don't listen.
I heard exactly what you said.
You don't listen. You want me to have said something that you believe I'm saying.
I don't want you to have said anything. I repeated.
No, I told you the communities that exist are sovereign communities and they have representatives. They do not have to converge together to form a central government. This is what I'm talking about.
That is what you said also.
That is not what I said, that they need to converge together and form a central government.
No, you said also sovereign government. I mean, sovereign community. They can be by themselves. You said also. Those are two
have
things
communities that are sovereign and they're not super large.
Okay, cool.
They're not super large.
You said them both.
If I say that there's a problem with...
You said small government is better than big government. That was the fourth thing you said. I wrote it down.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay? You're now telling me something different. You are now, right now, telling me something different. Right now,
Bruh,
you told
what
me
I'm saying is
small government is better than big government. And when you told me that, you told me small better is, I wrote it down, bro. Small government is better than big government because the participants need to be smaller. The participation, like they need to be able to look at me. I wrote it down. You told me this. This was one of the first 4 original things that I
don't
talked to my brother
understand
about.
why we keep coming to that and you're
Because you're telling me something different.
You are hyper focused on certain aspects of what I said.
You said it. What do you mean hyper focused?
You're hyper focused on certain aspects of what I said.
I'm not hyper focused on certain aspects.
You're cherry picking.
I'm not cherry picking nothing.
You are cherry picking.
What did I cherry pick?
What
did I leave out? What did I leave out?
The whole thing about this whole thing.
What did I leave out?
You're telling me, I'm saying when you said that I said that we need more representatives in the government.
Which is the opposite of you saying that we only got one. I did not. First of all, I did not say that.
You said that it's a bigger government.
I did not say that.
What I'm talking about. You said what I'm talking about is bigger government, not smaller government. That's what
you said. You want small government is better than big government. That's what you said. What do you mean it is?
It's not. Dude,
is it not, or is it?
You said that what I'm talking about is actually bigger government and not smaller government. That's what you said. That I'm saying.
Because that's what it is. If you're telling,
because
bro,
it's not going to be one government, bro. Like what don't you understand? You don't have a central power. You remove the central power, and then you don't have one large government. You have smaller communities that operate how they see fit as sovereign communities.
Which is what states do.
No, because the states are controlled by the central government.
By the government.
By the
government.
And guess who overrides them? If they go with the supremacy clause in the Constitution. There is a Constitution that the governor runs the state. They signed the Constitution with centralized power in one location, and they created the Constitution.
That went to who?
State
who did that go to? If that's what you want to say, no problem. Who did that go to?
That's what it is. We mean that's what.
Who did it go to?
Who did what go to what? What are you talking about? Who did what go to?
Whatever you're talking about, the centralized power, where'd it go to?
It went to the governors. It went to the colonists. It went to the leaders of the 13 colonies.
It went to the leaders of the 13 colonies.
Yes, there were anti-federalists, and then
which went where? Which went where?
You mean which went where?
To the president.
The government they put in place and to centralize
went to the president.
Centralized power.
Did it
is
go
what
to
I'm talking about.
Did it go to the president?
I am against centralized power.
The centralized power went to the people that got voted in.
There you go back to the vote.
Because that's what it is.
That's what you think it is.
No, that's what it is.
You think the vote is. Okay, whatever. I'm not going there.
You can't go there because that's what it is.
No, I can go there.
No, you can't.
But I'm not going to because I can do what I want.
No, you can't.
I do it. Yes, I can.
Then do it.
I'm not going there. Simply.
Because you can't.
No, because I don't want to. I can't go there
because you have nothing to go there.
No,
because those people are voted in.
I do.
And once they're voted in,
and
they then put the people in that they want.
You think that I give any credence to the vote? That's what you. If you believe that,
I don't go wrong. I didn't care if you do or don't. I'm telling you that's what it is.
Yeah. Guess what? I don't care about your vote. How about that?
I don't care. I don't care if you care
about that.
I don't care if you care. I don't care if you care. It is what it is.
Exactly. And I don't care if you care. See how that works?
I don't give a damn at all. It is what it is.
Guess what? Like mine.
That's like me caring.
But you're presenting it to me like I should care.
No, I don't.
You're presenting it to me like I should care.
I'm not telling you should care. I'm telling you that's what it is.
And I'm telling you,
you don't have
how
to
you believe it is, and that's how people believe it is, and it's not really like
right. Your right as an anarchist, as a human being, is to not care. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're not doing anything about it because the only thing that we can do about it is to vote.
That's not true. See,
no, there isn't. It isn't true. No, it's not true. It's not. We can start unaliving motherfuckers. We can do that.
That is patently false as well. That is.
Yeah, we can start unaliving motherfuckers.
How many people have died for this so-called right to vote? You talking about unaliving motherfuckers? Tell me that.
I'm telling you, there's other options.
Tell me how
there's other options.
No one died.
We can start unaliving motherfuckers.
There you go with the false choice.
Okay, so what's the other choice? So what's the other choice?
The other choice is to present people with other options.
What other options? What are you presenting? Who are you presenting it to?
The people. What?
Who?
Like I
No,
said,
if you present it to the people,
I'm not
if you
going down
present it to
there.
the people, in order for the people to get along, what are they going to do?
You win.
What are they going to do? They're going to
got
vote for it. They're going to vote for your presentation.
They're going to vote for my presentation.
If
I
you
don't
present
need
it to
to
the people,
present
what are they going to do? Are you going to force
You
them
know
to do
what?
it?
Who
I'm
voted
asking.
for me to have a YouTube channel and be able to speak to
I'm asking
thousands
you,
of people?
are you going?
Oh,
Okay,
did,
cool.
Did somebody
Are
vote
you
me in
going?
to
If
YouTube?
you present your plan to the people, how are
Did
you going to make
somebody
that?
vote me in? There are people.
Cool.
You
That's
can
what's up.
you can present. You can go and you can start a grassroots effort
Yep.
to get around and spread your message. You don't
Yes.
have to get voted on for shit to spread the message. You don't have to do that.
You're absolutely correct.
You can go to colleges,
Absolutely
you can
correct.
go this, you can go that. What you, so
100% correct. 100% correct.
what the idea is to help people understand that there are more than just what they have been presented with. That is
To help
what I'm
people
saying.
understand that there's more things that isn't that
Yes,
what
there are
politicians
more options. There are more
don't
options than
politicians
just
do that?
oh
Don't politicians walk-
you got to kill
don't
somebody, you got to
politicians
vote.
walk around doing that? Isn't that what they do?
Kill somebody or vote. That's your that's your choice.
Bro,
That's your
I'm
position.
asking you, don't politicians walk around grassroots knocking on doors, getting people to follow them? Don't they do that? So what's the difference of what you just
Yeah, they didn't have to get a vote to do that. They're
asking,
just doing
what
it.
is the difference from what
They're
you
just doing
said?
it. The difference is I don't need a vote to spread my message.
Well,
That's the difference. I don't need a vote. I don't need to be placed in a position of power in order to help people understand that there are options that they have to get out of the shit that they're in.
The only way people are going to see that you have a different way. The only way they're going to get to see that is if the masses see you somehow.
And the only way they can see that is by a vote.
The only way they can do that is if the people that we put in a position of power, one of them, the people that are in a position say, this is not working for me, but guess what? Freedom March got away. They're going to primary me. They're going to get me out of here.
Well,
let's check him out. Because otherwise, how are you going to be seen?
I just told you.
Nigga, you can't walk around the damn planet telling everybody, bro. And I wish you had,
you get people on your side. You get people on your side, whether or not they vote for you or not, whether or not it's for a vote.
I hear you, bro.
What are you talking about? How did Carl Schwab get around?
Bro, I hear you.
How did Bill Gates get around? Who told him that he could do what he wanted to do?
If that is
who voted for Bill Gates?
If that is the case, see, who voted for Bill Gates?
Yeah, who voted for Bill Gates?
Knock it off. He had a
run around and
Bill
talk about the shit he's talking about.
Bill Gates had a fucking thing that he fucking stole from somebody, but it was a thing that people wanted.
Absolutely, he did.
He had something that people wanted.
What he's doing right now.
He had something that they wanted.
I'm not talking about how he
wanted it, bro.
I'm talking about there are people that belong to non-government organizations.
No, BS.
There are NGOs that have leaders
who voted for Elon Musk
and they talk to the people.
Who voted for Elon Musk? Who voted for, man? Knock it off. These guys got something that people wanted. They went to them for something else.
Yeah, they got something that people wanted.
Something else. They're not going to you. They're not going to you
to spread their message. They're able to do what they want.
What else by them, brother? What else are you presenting like Bill Gates in order for Bill Gates to do what Bill Gates does? What else are you presenting for people to come to you to get what the actual message, the good message, the way forward, the correct path forward? What are you presenting for them like Bill Gates did? Because Bill Gates did Microsoft.
You present them with information. You present them with knowledge.
Nobody is trying to get information from motherfuckers right now, except for MSNBC. No, MSNBC, CNN, Fox.
That's not true. That is not true.
Why don't you have a million followers then?
There are people right now that do not belong to these organizations.
Then why don't you have a million? Why don't you have them?
People are
why don't you have them? Then why don't you have them?
Why don't I have what?
Why don't you have all those people you just talked about? Why don't you have them?
Why don't I have?
Why don't you have them? Why aren't all those guys following my brother Freedom March, listening to what my brother preaches? Why don't you have all those people you just claimed?
I do have people that
I didn't say you don't have people. I said, why don't you have them all? Because what I told you,
I have to have them all right now.
God damn it, Freedom! You be trying this shit, bro. You do this shit,
and you want me to have?
Nigga, you do. I told you. I told you.
How many people do I need to have to be worthy to spread the message?
How many people I have? Where's your message going? Where's it going, my brother?
It's going around. It's going to people that are listening, tuning in, that come in every day.
It's going around.
Yes, it's getting broadcasted. Now we're being pedantic and splitting hairs.
No, we ain't splitting nothing. You're
splitting everything.
You are.
You're telling me I have to have all the.
No, I did.
Tell me how many people I gotta have to be worthy.
You are
of this.
No,
thing.
that's what you're doing, and you're playing these weird ass semantics the way these weird ass boxing dudes be doing. You're better than that, and so am I. You are better than that.
I'm being straightforward, bro.
You're not being straightforward because I didn't say that shit about you. I didn't say that about you at all. You did that. I didn't say oh man, I gotta have this. I never said that. You said that.
Why don't I have all the people?
I said, why don't you have all of them? Why don't you then?
Who's all of them? Quantify that.
Quantify them. Everybody that you said is out for your message. The reason why
people
you
that watch me and listen to me.
You do not have them all. And
I don't have to have them all. I don't have to have them all. But guess what? Every time I speak,
the reason why you don't have them is like I told you
to the idea of not to think like I think, but to think beyond what they have been presented with.
Yo, you're so stuck on this.
Stuck on what, bro?
You act like somebody's fucking fighting you. Ain't nobody fighting you, bro. No one's fighting you.
On what?
I don't know. You tell me. You acting like it. I'm not fighting you. I am telling you that the message is being pushed. The wrong message is being pushed from CNN, MSNBC, and Fox. That's what I told you. And then you move. Well, I got them. No, you don't have them all. Because if you did,
I did not say I have them all. When did I say that?
I asked you that.
I
asked you. I said, then why don't you have?
I reach people. I told you I reach people because I'm not a millionaire or billionaire.
Oh, exactly.
But that don't mean goddamn shit.
It does mean something because you brought up Bill Gates, nigga. You brought up Bill Gates. Then why'd you bring up Bill Gates?
Because I'm telling you that people do not have to be in government and get a vote.
Because he's a fucking billionaire. He's a fucking billionaire, nigga. He's a billionaire.
And
you ain't.
I'm using him as an example because everybody knows Bill Gates. Everyone knows Bill Gates. So I'm using him as an example as somebody who is not an elected official, who is not a government official that goes around.
Everyone does not know
about what they want him to know.
My brother Freedom March. Everybody does not know him. But they know Bill Gates. They know Bill Gates. So why did you bring him up if you're not on the same level?
So you're not going to let me explain why I brought him up. You're not going to let me explain it. You're just going to yell and scream and
nigga, just tell me why.
Because the point of bringing him up is to explain that he is a non-government official. He does not belong to government. No one voted for him, but yet he is able to go around and spread the message he wants to spread without a freaking vote.
You are correct.
And some people listen to him, and some people think he's a nut basket, but he reaches certain people.
Because
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, forget that he's a millionaire, billionaire. I brought him up. I brought him up because everybody knows who Bill Gates is.
Sure, and he's known. He is known because he has something to give. That's why he's known.
And what does he give? What does Bill Gates give?
Microsoft. The computer, the operating systems that we're working on right now.
So I have to create something like Bill Gates did, right? That takes me off to be a billionaire in order for me to get a message out and reach people. Is that what you're saying?
Why would anybody listen to you otherwise?
Why do people listen to me now otherwise?
Because you uses Bill Gates's platform of Microsoft to talk to people.
Oh, I'm using Microsoft.
You are using whatever.
So now you're putting in place.
Bro,
this is crazy.
You start to sound like you're trolling me.
No, you're trolling me, telling me that I'm using Microsoft.
Are you not using a Microsoft application, a Google application? Are you not using a phone, a computer? Are you not using that? Or are you just talking to me through osmosis?
This can't be real.
No, you cannot.
This cannot be reality.
No, you cannot be, because you brought
this cannot be reality. You're telling me. What point are you arguing right now?
I am telling you, you brought up Bill Gates. You then said
I brought up Bill Gates because everybody knows who Bill Gates is.
But when I speak, you speak over me.
You know what? Because you're misrepresenting what I'm saying again. You're arguing a point. I'm not even arguing with you. You argue. What point are you arguing?
You brought up Bill Gates. I did.
So what?
Okay, so how are you telling me talking about Bill Gates is not a point you're arguing? Because that's what you brought up. What you mean? So what?
So we're cherry picking again. What I told you why I brought up Bill
literally
Gates
on the
because
conversation.
I brought up Bill Gates because everybody knows who he is.
He has influence without a vote.
I
He's
also
got
said
influence without a vote.
no one voted for Bill Gates.
Bill
Yet he's
Gates has
able to spread
influence
his
without a
message.
vote. He's
able to get his message out. He's able to convey what he wants to convey without a vote.
Influence without a vote.
What does that do with Microsoft?
Influence without a vote. How did he get the influence? Microsoft, nigga.
Bill Gates.
Microsoft, nigga.
Microsoft.
That's how we got it.
What are you talking about?
How did Bill Gates get the influence without a vote?
The only reason, again, because you're moving the goalposts, is that the reason I brought him up because people know who he is.
How do they know who he is?
Because
how do they know who he is?
He does not need a vote to talk about what he wants to talk about right now.
How do they know who he is without a vote?
So you want to go back to 1980, right? That's what you're trying to do?
I'm not trying to do nothing. I'm asking.
No, that's what you're doing. You're talking about the founding.
I asked you, how do you know this nigga without a vote? Is what I asked you. How do you know him?
This is wild.
It is wild.
No,
I would love for you to tell me how the fuck you know who Bill Gates is without a vote. How do you know who he is?
Again, I'm not going to play your game. What I'm saying
it ain't no fucking game, nigga. You brought it
is a game.
No,
it is a game. You can't trap me. So you're trying to
nobody trying to trap
all these different.
It's a fucking clear, honest answer. You know Bill Gates because of Microsoft.
Okay,
that's why you know
what?
Bill Gates.
So what? So
the
what?
fuck you mean and what? That's why you know who he is.
So
that's why his influence matters because you know who the fuck he is. He had you knew who he was.
For Bill Gates
who he was before his influence.
Bill Gates needed a vote to get Microsoft.
Okay, I'll try one more time. Try one more time. You brought up the exception and not the rule.
And I told you why.
Okay, so where is your exception?
So don't take the shit where you want it to go.
There's no one taking it nowhere.
You're going outside of the reasoning I gave.
No, you didn't tell me why. No, you didn't.
No, I did tell you. I told you multiple times. I told you I used him as an example because people know who he is.
No, you didn't.
And because the way he's
you did not tell me how niggas know who he is. You just told me, oh, they follow Bill Gates because Bill Gates.
So tell me the vote that got Bill Gates where he is. What vote got him there? What voting process got him to where he's at?
Once again, Bill Gates.
No, you don't want to answer the question.
No vote got him there. None.
So what are you talking about?
Exactly what the fuck I said earlier. Exactly what I said earlier. The same exact
thing. Bill Gates did not need a vote to speak.
Bill Gates did not need a vote because Bill Gates had Microsoft. Just like Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos doesn't have a vote. He didn't need a vote because he's got Amazon. Just like Elon Musk. Elon Musk didn't need a vote because he's got Tesla and X. Now tell me the fuck again. Who the fuck? Where's yours at? Where's your Tesla? Where's your Amazon? Where's any of that?
I don't need that.
You don't need that.
No, I don't need that to.
So I'll go right back to the point.
That.
So now I'll go right back to the point I said then.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
No,
yes, I will. Yes, I will go back to it.
Yes, I will. How it works.
Yes, I will. Yes, it does. You know why? Because I'll do what I want. Because I'll do what I want. That's why. No, I'm not adding parameters. You made that up. You did that.
I didn't make shit up.
I said. Yes, the fuck you did.
First and foremost, I do reach people without a goddamn Microsoft, without a Tesla. I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
Never said you don't. Nigga, I never fucking said you don't. Nigga, I never said you don't.
You're not going to get me with this bullshit.
That's the semantics that your ass play. I don't play that goofy ass shit. You play that shit, not me. I never said you don't.
I don't play shit. I'm telling you why I use them as an example.
I never said you don't.
You want to.
I never said you don't.
It by saying you don't have Microsoft, you don't have Tesla.
Never said you don't.
That's not even a thing.
I never said you don't. Never said you don't. I never said nothing you just said. I never said nothing you just said. You just made that shit up.
All this shit about Microsoft and Tesla is irrelevant.
Because that's why they are known. They are not known because they was just sitting on the side of the street and got a fucking. They just decided they got a. Okay, then why'd you bring them up? Because they're known before something else.
Know them, and because
for something else.
They speak and they send and they convey their messages without a vote.
Else.
The point was, do I need a vote or not need a vote to get my message out? That's the point. And no, I don't. Whether I have a Tesla, I can go get a Tesla. I can create a Tesla.
Then what else are you known for to get your message out? Because Bill Gates is known for Microsoft. So yes, you don't need a vote to get your message out. No, you don't. Now,
that's the point.
Now, what is it that you have like Bill Gates for them to get your message like Bill Gates? Because you brought
motherfucking voice.
Well, guess what? Everyone on planet fucking Earth got a voice, nigga. That ain't good.
Absolutely, and they use it as
that
they
ain't
choose,
good enough. Well, where the fuck are they at? Well, how come they ain't pushing?
They're not doing it.
Okay, so where are you at?
What is this?
So where are you at? Where are you at in government? I don't see you in government.
I don't need
that. So where you at taking
guy that does
Where are you at? Where are you at
so
pushing implementing your plan?
Bro, this is crazy as hell.
Where are you at implementing your plan?
What's my plan?
Whatever you told me your plan was.
I told you my plan?
You said small government. You said small people.
That is
small
the end goal.
And, okay, so where are you at? Where are you at with it? How come people ain't following it?
People are following.
Where's the group? Where's the group of people?
The group of people are the people that tune in to check me out, and I plan on taking further steps to get my message out further. I don't need to explain to you, nigga, how I'm going to do that, and I don't need your
why not?
Your
validation. The fuck you mean? Why will you not need to explain to me, nigga? I can help you get across. Fuck you mean you don't need to explain to me?
I don't need your validation, bro. Like you're telling me.
Who the fuck said validation? Who said this?
You already are discounting.
I'm not discounting anything, nigga. I fucking agree with you multiple times. Fuck is you talking about? I agree with you multiple times. I never disagree with you at all. I agree with you multiple fucking times.
I tell you that I don't need a vote to get the message out.
Don't get one then.
And you're telling me, well, then I need a Microsoft. What are you talking about? Why do I like you already are not with the program that I would be on?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean? What the fuck am I talking about?
Exactly what the fuck I said. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I agree with you. Now, what the fuck should I agree with? Because I agree with you. So what the fuck should I agree with? If I don't agree with you, who the fuck am I agreeing with? If you don't agree with me,
then you don't have to agree with me on every.
I agree with you. What are you talking about? I fucking agree with you. What the fuck are you talking about? I agree with you, nigga. What are you talking about?
I told you. What are you talking about? I fucking agree with you. You did not agree with that.
Agree with what? How your stance for government is?
That I don't need a vote to spread the message to the people.
And I agreed that you don't need a vote.
Then what why are you busting my balls?
What the fuck don't you get when I said I agree with you?
Busting my balls for? You said either I need a vote or a goddamn Microsoft. And I don't have the people. That's what you said. So it sounds to me like you're disagreeing with me. When you tell me, oh, you don't have all the people. You don't have Microsoft. You don't have Tesla. When all I did was use them as an example.
How?
Because they are known and they do it without being in government. And they do it without a vote.
Known for something.
I don't care about that. I'm not focused on that.
So why did you bring them up then? So why did you bring them up?
I only said that they're known because people that we are talking in front of know who Bill Gates is. That's it.
Okay, well, they don't know you. So how are you going to get them?
By sending my message out more, by continuing to talk, by continuing to put myself out there. Point blank and period.
By continuing to put yourself out there.
Yeah, to put myself out there, put my position out there, put my ideas out there. Present them with other ideals. And if they agree, they agree. If they don't, they don't.
And you compare your position to Bill Gates.
I don't have to be completely 100% successful to do what I want to do. That's not what this is about.
And you compared your position to Bill Gates.
No, I did not. I compared my position to Bill Gates. No, nigga, I said.
Then why did you bring him up?
You told me. The whole thing was
a vote or
I don't
something
need people
else.
to vote for me to take office to get my message out, nigga. That's what I was saying.
Fourth fucking time, I agree with you. For the
then what the hell are you talking about?
Time. So Bill Gates
you did not agree.
Did not get a motherfucking vote because he's got Microsoft. He has got something else that people cared about before he spoke on something else. Now, what do you have to get that? Nothing.
I have a voice. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do exactly what Bill Gates did to get my message out to the people.
No, you don't.
So what are you talking about? And I don't need it right now, nigga. Bro, I can build it. I can build onto what I want to build onto.
Bill Gates to talk about
I brought up Bill Gates because people know who he is. That's it.
They know who he is because of Microsoft.
I don't
give a fuck what you care. Those are facts. I don't give a fuck what you care. Those are facts.
The reason I used him is because he speaks to the people
because of Microsoft. That's why he speaks to the people. If he didn't have Microsoft, nobody would give a fuck what he says.
You don't.
If
That's
he
not
didn't
true.
have Microsoft.
You have no idea what people would give a fuck about.
Sure, but it wouldn't be the billions that do.
And you don't know that either, because he
wouldn't
came
be,
up
I know for a
something
fact.
else.
I know for a fact it wouldn't be the billions. Because if it
Well,
was
now
the billions,
you
nigga,
don't know
you
for
would
a
have
fact.
them.
You
You
don't know
don't
for a
have them.
fact. You're
And
just
that's
saying
how I
that.
know for a fact, because you don't got them.
Nigga, because
Because
I'm
you
still
don't got
working
them.
on things. I'm
'Cause
still
you
trying to
don't
build.
got
I'm
'em.
still trying to get
If
myself
you
out.
had them, then you
I don't
could tell
care
me
what you
I
talk
don't
about
need
me having this
Microsoft.
and not
Nigga,
having that.
you don't got them.
I reach further and further every day.
Congratulations. I'm proud of you, and I hope you get more. You
It
don't got
sound
them.
like it.
Well, I don't give a fuck what it sounds like to you.
I
I
don't need
don't
no
care.
vindication.
Nigga, I don't need your validation. I said what I said, and I
I
mean
didn't
it.
say anything about validation. I
Okay, but I said what I said, and I mean it. I don't give a fuck what it sounds like.
what
hope
I
you get a
said
million.
was I reach further and further every day.
And I
that
said
spread my
I
message.
hope you reach
Whether people
more.
agree or not.
Is that
I
what
don't
I
need
said?
everybody to
I
agree
hope
with
you get more. I hope you reach a
I
million.
want-
Is what I said. I don't give a fuck if you agree or believe me or not. That's what I said, and that's what I stand on. I don't lie to you or no nigga on earth. Nigga, I said I hope you get a million, and that's what I hope. So I don't give a fuck what you agree with. I hope you get a million. You don't gotta agree with me at all. You don't got, oh, it doesn't sound like it. The fuck you mean?
No,
what am I supposed to say? Oh no, freedom, please, no, freedom, please get him. No, nigga, I said what I said.
You're telling me that I need to do things like Bill Gates.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why'd you bring up Bill Gates?
You brought him up, nigga. Fuck you mean why I bring up Bill Gates?
I didn't bring up Microsoft. You brought up Microsoft. Did you not?
I brought up Microsoft.
The only reason I brought him up is because
Bill Gates is known.
Bill Gates run around running his mouth, pushing things that he wants to push.
Microsoft, nigga.
I don't
give a fuck what you care with. That is what it is.
He's just
I don't give a fuck what you care with.
There are others out there that do the same thing without government. They spread their message. They go out there and they convey this, they convey that. They start
because of something else. Something else got them there.
Malcolm X was one of them.
Malcolm X got it from the Nation of Islam. From the Nation of Islam. Malcolm X did not do that on himself.
He didn't do it. Did he get a vote?
Malcolm X got his from the Nation of Islam.
It was a grassroots effort.
No, it was not. It was from the Nation of Islam.
Again,
no, it was not.
Again.
There's no again nothing. It was from the Nation of Islam. So it was no again nothing. So he didn't just come out and just do it by himself with nobody. It was from the Nation of Islam.
You're arguing a point that I'm not arguing against. I'm not.
You brought the motherfucker up.
So what?
You just stop telling them arguing point. You're not arguing. You brought the motherfucker up.
You told me to name someone else. Did you not?
And you go back to that? Someone else from what? From what we did about 30, 40 minutes ago? Or what we talking about right now?
You told me
other than Bill Gates.
I need to have a shitload. I need to have some major thing. I can't just reach out to the people. I can't work towards getting to that position so I can do it.
I never said that.
So what? What are you arguing against?
What the fuck are you talking about? I never said that.
The whole point was, again, I'm gonna say it one more time. The whole point was, you do not need to be voted into a government body in order to convey what you want to convey to the people.
Okay, so for the fifth time, I agreed with you. For the fifth time, when I said it the fourth time, I agree with you. For the fifth time, I agree with you. You brought up Bill Gates. I told you Bill Gates was already known for something before he spoke on something. So for the fifth fucking time, matter of fact, I'm about to type it in here. For the fifth time, I agree that you don't need a vote to get in Gov. There you go. For the fifth time, to get your voice in Gov. There you go. That is the fifth time I've said it. 5. The fifth time. You don't need a vote to get your voice in Gov. You brought up Bill Gates as an example. I told you, Bill Gates was already fucking known. It's already known. Already. And he was known across the planet for Microsoft. You are not. Okay. I asked you, what is it that you're doing? You told me, oh man, it's from the grassroots. Then you brought up Malcolm X.
See how you see how you're doing that right now? You're misrepresenting what I said.
Is that not what you said?
You are misrepresenting.
Is that not what you said?
Did you say that? Misrepresenting what
Did you say that?
No, I'm not playing that game, bro. What I said was that.
Well, what do you mean you're not playing that game?
If
you said it, did you say it or not? If you didn't say it, then say what you said.
People, you reach out more and more. the more you reach out, the more people you reach. It's called a grassroots effort.
And what was my response? Wasn't it, I hope you get 1 million? Wasn't that my response?
Yes.
Okay, so what the fuck are you talking about then?
No, what the fuck are you talking about? When I bring up, you wanted me to give you an example of someone that has that going on. I brought up Bill Gates because people know who he is.
For the 6th time, I agree
See,
that you don't need a motherfucking vote to get into government for the 6th time.
So what are you talking about? What I'm saying
Bill
is,
Gates was known before anything because
I'm not arguing
Microsoft.
that. I'm not arguing that.
So what the fuck are you arguing?
No, what are you arguing? What I'm saying is that you don't, my whole position was that you do not need a vote to reach the people. And that's it. If you wanted to add things to it and have examples, and then when I gave you an example, you could start adding shit to that, that's on you. You brought up Microsoft.
What did I add?
Brought up the fact that Bill Gates was already well known around
Bill
the world.
Gates
I'm not
is
talking
a
about
billionaire.
that. I'm talking about the simple fact.
Bill Gates is a billionaire.
I'm saying
who runs Microsoft and has been doing it for decades.
He does all that. And
for decades. You do none of that.
So what? I don't care, nigga.
Of course you don't.
About that.
Of course you don't. Of course.
But I still reach people, though. I still reach people.
Well, you don't reach Bill Gates at all.
So what?
So if you don't reach that, then why did you bring up that?
That does not mean in the future, if I keep plugging and keep grinding and all that, that I won't. That just means right now I'm not in that position.
Which is why I said, I hope you get 1 million. Nigga, you're going in fucking circles.
But no, I'm not. You're going in circles because I'm saying
you are going in circles.
No one voted for me.
I already agreed
what I want to say.
For the 6th time already. I already agreed. I guess it's that anarchy shit you're talking about.
No, nigga.
Fuck niggas agreeing. Fuck niggas agreeing what you say. Fuck niggas agreeing. Man, fuck agreeing don't mean shit. You ain't got to agree with me. I'm gonna keep saying you don't agree over and over again because I'm an anarchist. I'm gonna just keep saying that. I'm an anarchist. You don't agree. I can say what I want.
No.
That's what it sounds like. That's what you sound like.
You wanted an example.
Me what?
You
gave me Bill Gates, my nigga. You gave me Bill Gates.
You wanted to add extras to it, nigga.
It is not extras. He did that. What do you mean extras?
What I'm telling you is that I don't care about that. What I'm saying is
you don't care.
You the example that you asked
for.
I gave you the example that you asked for. I told you that people like Bill Gates is one of them, is a non-government individual
who
has
billions of dollars from the government.
What he wants to convey.
Who gets billions of dollars.
Who did not need a vote.
Who gets billions of dollars.
I'm not talking about billions of dollars.
Billions of dollars from the government.
Of course
we're not talking about that because you want this to fit your narrative. You brought up Bill Gates.
My narrative
is your narrative. It is. Your narrative is that you don't need a vote to get in government.
Now. No,
you
I don't need
a vote to get in government.
I did not say anything about getting in government.
You don't need a vote for your voice to be in government.
I didn't say anything about my voice being in government. I said to reach the people.
Okay, let me go ahead and redo this. Let me redo this for the 6th time. You don't need a vote to reach the people.
No, I don't. That was the whole point in the first place.
There you go. And then you brought up Bill fucking Gates.
You said you agree. I don't understand what the problem
is. Well, Gandhi, nigga. What about Michael Jackson? Chris Brown?
What about them?
Nigga, you ain't none of them.
So
you sitting here acting like this movement of the government is because Bill Gates. So what's it got to do with you?
I don't. You asked for an example, so I gave you one. What? You asked for an example. I'll give you an example, and now you got a problem with me giving you an example.
You gave me an example of Bill Gates. I'm surprised you didn't give me. I'm surprised you didn't give me Jesus Christ. Surprise.
Well, I wasn't there when they say Jesus Christ existed. So
I'm surprised you didn't give me Donald Trump. He was known before he was a president. Surprised you didn't give me that nigga. Surprised. I'm surprised you didn't give me him.
I don't understand what this is all.
Of course you don't, because you only understand what you want to understand.
What's the point of bringing up Jesus and bringing up Donald Trump?
It's the exact same thing as Bill Gates.
What? You're surprised that I didn't bring up Donald Trump in?
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's what I said. It's the same exact thing as Bill Gates.
What does that have to do with anything?
Exactly what I said. What's on the screen right there? You didn't need a vote to reach the people. Neither did Jesus.
Okay.
Okay, so if you didn't need a vote to reach the people, what is you doing?
What is I'm doing?
We're supposed to be here talking about, because you told me, oh, I reach all the anarchies, or not all of them, but I reach the anarchies and stuff like that.
I said I reach people every time I communicate, every time I do put in content out.
Cool, that's what's up, and I'm proud of you. What I said to you, what? But why you keep taking shots at me?
I'm taking shots at you.
Yes. You said, oh, doesn't sound like it. Don't sound like, oh, don't believe it.
How's that taking a shot? Because it doesn't sound like it.
Because
that's my
because I don't agree.
In my opinion,
I don't agree with your stance. That does not mean I don't.
You agree
it does not mean I don't want people to see you.
The one
you are my bro.
You just said you
all this weird shit you just said to me is irrelevant. You are my bro. I want people to see you. I want people to know what you're saying. We don't have to agree. You understand that? We don't got to agree on shit. You are my bro. I absolutely want people to see you. 100%. Right. So I don't know what the fuck you keep saying to me when I'm saying these things and you start sniggering about the shit. I want your success. I want people to see you. I just don't agree. I just don't agree with what you're saying about the fucking government. Do we both agree that the government is fucked up? We both agree. My stance is you put the right people in there, it will fix itself. Your stance is no, it won't. Fine. Yep. Fine, nigga. Fine. Why the fuck is you trying to force me on something? I'm not forcing you on nothing.
I'm not trying to force anything.
You
have your position, I have mine.
Okay.
You can have your position.
What I asked you is to explain yours, and you're having a difficult time.
I'm not having a difficult time. I told you what my position was. I told you,
and I went through your position, and then you said no.
The fewer. No, you did not go through my position. You added things to it.
No, I didn't. Your position is the few. Bro, you can't make your reality, man. We live in what we live in right now.
Neither can you.
And I'm not. I never tried to. I never tried to.
When did I make my reality?
You did. You keep saying, "Oh, well, you know, if we have like less people to each one individual, and then we have sovereign." That's your own reality. That is not reality right now.
My own reality.
Yes. That is nowhere. That is your reality. That is nowhere right now.
Nowhere.
Yes, what reality is what we have.
You say it's nowhere is not achievable.
Well, where's it at? I never said it's not achievable. Why are you putting that fucking words in here? When did I say it's not achievable? When did I say this?
So if you're saying it's not achievable,
when did I say it's not achievable?
Why should I care if it
when did I say it's not achievable? When?
Then okay, you didn't say it's not achievable. You didn't say
okay, then. So why are you putting words? What I said is it's not reality. Guess what? Guess what, Freedom? Guess what, Freedom?
That means that you believe it can't exist.
Freedom.
If it's not reality, you can't insult my intelligence. If you saying it's not reality, then that means to me that you're saying it's not possible.
When the fuck did I say that? When did I say that?
When you said it wasn't reality.
Because it fucking ain't reality, nigga. You ain't a fucking millionaire. But if you win the lottery tomorrow, you're a fucking millionaire, nigga. If you win the lottery tomorrow, are you a fucking millionaire?
Is something?
Are you a millionaire? Are you a millionaire? Are you a millionaire if you win the lottery tomorrow? Are you a millionaire?
This is wild.
Are you a fucking millionaire, Freedom March?
You don't want to know the answer.
Oh, now you don't want to answer now.
Which
let me guess. That's anarchy too, right? Do what you want to do.
No.
Do what you want to do.
Lottery? Which lottery?
I don't give a fuck what lottery.
I
don't give a fuck. If you win the lottery tomorrow and it's worth $1 million, are you a fucking millionaire?
The lottery that has millions in it, yes, then I'll be a millionaire tomorrow.
Okay, so then your reality would change. So when the fuck did I ever say that because your reality right now, when did I ever say that your reality is unachievable? I never said that. You made that shit up. You just said that.
You're saying that it's not
that you don't live in reality right now. Yes, because you don't live in reality. It does not exist.
When you tell somebody they don't live in reality, what are you telling them?
That you're not living in reality.
Okay, so what are you saying by that? You can't just do that to me and repeat what you just said.
I can do that to you, nigga. Yes, I can. You are not living in reality. You're not.
I'm not living in reality.
No, that is not reality. What reality is what the government
Did I
is right
say
now.
that we exist in that right now? Did I say that's what's going on right now?
I never
Or is it
said you
something
did.
that's achievable?
I never said you did.
Whether
What
or not
what
it's
I
a
said,
reality
what
right
I
now,
said, I
it's
never
not
said.
something I
You're
give a
trying
fuck
to move
about.
the goalposts, and you're not very good at it.
No, you're
I never
adding
moved
things
nothing.
to it.
I never
You're
moved
adding
nothing.
parameters.
I didn't add
You're
nothing
adding
to it.
parameters,
I
and you're
didn't
adding
add
things to it.
anything. I
You
did not add nothing. Didn't add nothing. I didn't
It's
add a word.
achievable. It's achievable.
Sure.
It doesn't matter to me
Sure.
whether
Who the
it
fuck said
exists
it
right
wasn't?
now.
Who
Because if
said
it
it wasn't?
exists right now, I
Who
would
said it
not be
wasn't?
need to talk about it.
Who said it
We
wasn't
wouldn't
achievable?
discuss whether or not it's a
You
reality.
are adding this
If it,
shit to it. You're adding again.
no,
I
no, no.
never said
You
are.
are
No, yes,
bringing
yes,
things
yes.
up that I never
I
brought up.
never said it was
You're
not
talking
achievable.
about I don't live in reality.
Because
like
you're
I'm some
not.
fucking nut basket.
Well, tell yourself
Like
what
I'm
I'm going to
some,
tell you.
you're a
If that's what you
wackadoodle
look,
guy. You
if
don't
that's
let,
how you look
well,
at yourself, sounds like a
listen,
personal
no,
fucking
nigga,
problem.
I don't look at myself like that.
Then
I don't
don't
look at
fucking
myself
say
like
it
that.
then. Then don't say
Nice
it.
try.
Then don't
No,
say
nice
it then,
try.
nigga. Then
No,
don't say it.
no. You're saying that
I didn't say
I
shit
don't
but what I
live in
said.
reality.
I didn't say
You
shit
said
but what
I
I
don't
said.
live in reality.
I didn't say shit but what I said. Because what you said is not reality.
Yeah, and I'm telling you what you said.
Exactly. It's not reality. That's what I said.
You said I don't live in reality.
That's right, because that's not fucking reality. So no, you're not living it.
Just because it's
is it
not a
achievable?
reality right now does not mean it's not achievable. I'm not doing this because it's a reality right now.
Well, since I
would
never
not
said it's
need
not
to do
achievable,
it.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I would not need to talk about it if it was an actual reality right now.
No shit, which is why you're not in reality right now.
So what's the point of bringing up
No,
whether
no
I'm
shit.
in reality or not?
No shit.
What's the point of
because
bringing
you're
it up?
not in reality right now. No shit. Thank you for agreeing.
No, I am in reality.
You're not in reality. You do not live in reality. You're not in
reality.
No, you don't.
I'm a real person. I live in reality.
Sure, you are, but
therefore,
this system of government you're talking about is not there.
It's not real right now. It doesn't exist.
So then you're not in reality. So then you're not in fucking reality.
No, that's not what. No,
exactly what the fuck I said. So then you're not living in reality. Exactly what the fuck I said.
It's achievable. What matters to me?
Sure, it's achievable. Sure. The civil rights was
what
achievable.
matters to me.
The civil rights was achievable. I don't give a fuck what matters to you. It's not what it is right now.
Okay, so you don't give a fuck what matters to me. But when I say shit like, when I call you out for saying shit like that, you're saying.
Call me out for saying shit like what?
What you just said.
That I don't give a fuck if it matters to you?
Yes.
It's not reality.
So what are we having this conversation
for? It's not reality.
What's this conversation for if you don't give a fuck if it matters to me or not? You get what I'm saying? Like, why go back and forth with somebody?
Listen, bro, freedom, I love you to life, bro. I got to get to my boxing page. I love you to life. Peace, King. I love you to life. Peace.
Peace.
Y'all motherfuckers are delusional. I love Freedom March. I love that man. Man's delusional. Love this. I love him to life. That's my brother. Love Freedom March. Delusional. Chelsea G, the fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? The fuck you talking about? Is this dude always angry? Then get the fuck off my dick, bitch. Take your bitch ass somewhere else. Get the fuck off my dick, bitch. You ain't Freedom March. Freedom March is my brother. Fuck you, bitch. Take your bitch ass somewhere else. How about that? Freedom March is my brother. You ain't shit to me. You understand? Fuck you, bitch. Anyways, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all on my boxing page.